Hello and welcome back to another amazing Production Futures event. This time we're in a very surprisingly sunny Manchester. We're here at New Century. We're expecting our biggest ever crowd today. Each of these events keep just getting bigger and better. We've got 1,200 people coming through the door, tons of amazing exhibitors, loads of great talks as well. And this is the place to be if you are interested in working in the live events industry, you want to work in tech, sound, within TV, radio, podcasting, you're interested in logistics as well, all sorts of amazing expertise and opportunities right here today. Also, worth pointing out, we've got a brand new jobs board. It's jobs.productionfutures.co.uk. That's for jobs all over the world. It really is the premier place to go if you are interested in getting into this industry. You can also check us out all over social media. Make sure you stay tuned because we've got loads more great content coming up today. The live stream is almost as good as being here in person. See you later. Hello and welcome back to New Century in Manchester. It is, of course, Production Futures on tour yet again. As you can see, it's getting pretty busy. This is a tiny, tiny fraction of who we're going to see here today. It's going to be absolutely packed. Tons of people from different schools, colleges, recent graduates, people at university, people looking for a change of career, you name it. Anybody who wants to get into this industry, live events, TV, radio, broadcasting, on the technical side, on the rigging side, logistics, whatever it might be, they are here today. So let's take you on a little journey of what you might see should you be at one of our events. So let's walk in. These people here, believe it or not, are part of our team who are having a lovely time. So as we walk in, you'll see this desk where our wonderful team will greet you, hand out lanyards, tell you where to go, all that sort of thing. Through here, if you want a drink, a coffee, some food, all of that stuff is in there. We're going to take you upstairs in a minute. Also worth pointing out, there's a downstairs section where there's some talks and workshops going on. Going to take you down there a little bit later on. So right now, let's go into the main room. Sorry, everyone. So, if you follow me up the stairs, oh, blimey. Not as easy as it used to be at my time of life, but head up here, and this is the main hall where all of our exhibitors are going to be. So tons of amazing people from all over the industry, and also worth pointing out, some amazing speeches. So just to kind of give you an idea of what these events entail and kind of the gravitas, we've actually even got the Mayor of Greater Manchester, Andy Burnham, who's going to be here a little bit later on. We've got the, oh yeah, you're right. We've also got the drinks bar and everything for people to get refreshments. And if we have a look around here, you'll be able to see just some of the exhibitors. So loads of great people. We've got Tate here today, we've got Chauvet here today, IPS, Unity Radio are doing a live stream, we've got the Prince's Trust down here, Riedel are here, Fix 8 Group are here. So something for everybody who wants to work in this business. And as you can see, there's loads of really cool tech that you guys, if you come to one of these events, can have a go on as well. So lots of different things. If you're interested in AI-like programming, or if you're interested in sound, you get to have a look at all the latest and greatest stuff. I mean, I'm not even going to start with what's happening there. Okay, but that is the sort of thing that some of you watching might know about, and hopefully once you build your career, will know plenty more about as well. So stuff if you're interested in apprenticeships, depending on what time, what stage you're at in your career as well. And this, ta-da, is the main stage. So this is where we have all of our talks today, as we say, starting with Andy Burnham, but loads of great industry advice, hundreds of years of experience to help you get your start, move on to the next thing, get a piece of good advice for your career. So let's keep having a look around. The talks haven't started yet. We're still 15 or 20 minutes away, I believe. But more exhibitors down here, as you can see. So we've got event concepts as well. Encore. If you're interested in the events industry, it's really the place to be. And let's keep having a look around. Clay Packy, of course, so a name that any of you who are interested in lighting will know all about. And also, just remember, keep watching the live stream because we're going to be talking to people throughout the day as well. So talking to the exhibitors, asking them what they're doing, what the best way to get involved with them is, because there's tons and tons of great people here who want to hear from you and they want you to come and work for them. Hello mate, how you doing? So, also got Colour Sound Experiment here today as well, and as you can see, it's a really great atmosphere. Everybody knows each other, everybody's seen each other at these events before, they just keep growing, they just keep getting bigger and better. So if you do want to get involved, make sure you come down to the next one. If you want to feel like you're here today, also do keep watching the live stream because we're going to be talking to loads of different people, plus streaming the talks. So many great things happening today. And I'm going to say it again, it's worth checking out that brand new international jobs board. It is jobs.productionfutures.co.uk. We'll be back very shortly.
thank you so much for being here today. We have got 1,400 people registered, so we are so excited. From 55 schools, universities and colleges from across Greater Manchester and some from further afield. So thank you so much for being here today. There are so many people here that want to speak to you. We have got so many paid work opportunities here and free training. So please speak to everybody in this room. They just want to help you and offer you an opportunity.
Yes, guys, I'm Abs, Production Futures Breakthrough winner along with Micah and everyone else. And today we are joined by the King of the North meets the Prince of the North, Andy Burnham. Way!
Oh, well, thanks, Abs.
Thank you, guys.
Well, you got to bow down first before you go. Yeah, that's it. That's better. That's better. Morning, everybody. Nice to see you all. How are you doing? This is the Manchester tour date of Production Futures. And as Mayor of Greater Manchester, I'm really proud to be here to officially get it going and open it. 1,400 people here. That's amazing, isn't it? Look at all these companies in this room with great opportunities. The reason why everyone's here is because, let's be honest, this is the music capital of the world, isn't it? Manchester, yeah? Thanks, Ollie, helping me out there. Music capital of the world. All the events we have going on here. There's so much going on in this city. And we want to give our young people the chance to be part of all of these exciting industries, these exciting opportunities. I'm going to let you into a secret. When I was 21, I was looking for my first job. I'd been to university, but I'd come back to Manchester and I was looking for my very first job. And having sent out loads of CVs to lots of different organisations, to be honest, Manchester wasn't doing very well at that time. I got nothing back other than one offer, and it was to be an unpaid reporter on the Middleton Guardian, because I wanted to work in the media. But who can work unpaid? Who can work unpaid? And the sad thing is, there are parts of the industry sometimes that expect young people to work for free because they're so desperate to get into the industry. But the thing I love about Production Futures is it doesn't ever deal in opportunities that aren't paid. It's only paid roles that get advertised here, and the training is always free. So honestly, what's not to like about this event today? Free training, paid roles, because that helps young people from all backgrounds, working class backgrounds, get into music, into film, into TV, into events, live sport. All of these things are there for you. And we want you to leave today and think, right, I've got some really good ideas now about what I'm going to do, and Production Futures has given me a real good start on where I want to go. So I would just say to you all, please make the most of today. Go around and talk to people, get a good idea of what you want to do. This city is really going places at the moment. You know, music is happening. Ollie Wilson is right there. Ollie is launching a conference later this year called Beyond the Music, where we're going to bring the whole music world here, aren't we, Ollie? And we're going to have so much going on across the city. That's going to bring even more energy into this place. So many live events. There's so many jobs out there for you. So you need to use today to say, right, where do I want to go? What do I want to do? And we're going to help you. We're going to help you get there. So have a great day, everybody. Let me just finish by thanking Production Futures for putting on this event, this free event for everybody today. Thank all of the industry partners who are supporting Production Futures. I'm very proud that Production Futures come from Greater Manchester. They're doing a great job to support the industry, but also support our young people. So I'll finish it there, everybody. Let's have a massive round of applause for Production Futures. Have a great day. And let's keep making Manchester the music, the entertainment, the football, the everything capital of the world, because that's what we are in it. Okay, all the best, everyone.
So there you go, Mayor of Greater Manchester, Andy Burnham, has just left the stage. Pretty amazing speech, to be honest. As he was saying, it's a huge packed event here, so many industry opportunities. And what he did as well was point out exactly what Production Futures does. He said all the training is free, only paid roles are offered here today, and that is what's amazing. I remember when I started out in the industry, pretty much everybody else working on this event started out, they wanted you to work for free. No more of that, and it's thanks in large part to companies like Production Futures. Don't forget to get down to our very next show. There's so many great opportunities, so many amazing things, people for you to meet as well. Just like Andy Burnham said, honestly, it really is the place to be to get your head start in this industry.
With Ollie Wilson from Beyond the Music.
Quite right, Jane. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Nice to see you all. My name's Ollie. I'm a co-founder of Beyond the Music, which is a new international music conference and new music festival that's starting in Manchester this year in October. We're an international music conference. We're bringing the world's music industry together here between October the 11th and 14th here in Manchester. We also have a new music festival that's going to be happening across the city centre. 230 plus new artists are going to be playing. We just launched at South by Southwest about a month ago and very much looking forward to October. And let me just mention as well, just for all your diaries, Saturday the 14th of October, we're doing an open access education day in the middle of town, and I'd love to invite you all down to be a part of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ollie. I'm going to pass over to Frank, who is project manager, sound engineer, again, multitasking, many hat wearing. Frank, can you just tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do?
Yeah, hi. So I'm Frank, and I'm project manager at Solo Tech. We have a stand over just to the left of me in front here as well. We're a company, audio company, so we look after people like Coldplay, Rammstein. We do festivals like Reading, Leeds, all sorts of events. And we actually have companies based across the whole of the UK. So we're based in Hayward. We also have a company in Redditch and in London as well. And we also have, we're a bit of a 360 really. We're actually doing video down in London, and we'll be pushing into lighting as well. My background was, I was a touring engineer, so I toured for like 27 years. Initially started engineering in Manchester at places like the Roadhouse, Night and Day, Hop and Great, which is now Academy 3, I think. So my background was very much from the ground up. I worked in a studio in Prestwich when I was 20, and I basically did it from the ground up. And that led on to me working with, toured with people like Lily Allen, James Blake, The Streets, and that's kind of now crossed over into me being a project manager. So you can move on. That's another thing to be aware of. You might start off in one area, you can move into many other areas. I think that's it really, yeah.
Thank you. And Luke Una, the legend, who I've never met before in the 3 years that I've lived here, but I've just met this morning. It's great to meet you. Tell us a little bit about who you are.
Thank you. So Luke Una, Luke Cowdrey. I've been putting events on and DJing for the best part of 30 years now, and like Frankie, we actually met a long time ago in the dark basement of the Roadhouse nightclub, where Manchester was a very different city then, and 30 years, somehow we're all still here, holding on. And so both DJing, putting events on, it all started very small and very underground, and led to kind of bigger things in terms of putting festivals, events on, and still involved in music, doing podcasts and radio, and still DJing and touring, and still loving it.
Thank you. And last but not least, my very, very good friend and colleague at Factory International, Gary Briggs, who's our head of Factory Academy. Tell us a little bit about what you do.
Thanks, Jane. Yeah, lovely to see you all. I mean, I've got a incredibly privileged position to head up the Factory Academy, which was established in 2018 with the sort of sole aim, I guess, of making the creative careers accessible. Trying to create those pathways to opportunities which I think yeah, it's fair to say, been gate-kept and often hidden. So our approach is to create programs that demystify the range of roles within the creative industries and really focus on the things that matter, creating an opportunity and a space for people to be themselves and walk into these opportunities which otherwise have been hidden. I mean, I came to Manchester in '99, drawn by the music. I didn't have a good relationship with education at the time, and our approach and my job really is about challenging those norms, those sort of entry points that have been too predominant before, and creating opportunities for people.
Thank you. I have another number of questions for the panel, but I wanted to start by asking, obviously we've heard from our beloved mayor this morning about how great this city is. I'd like to hear my panelists talk a little bit about what's changed in the music scene in the last decade or two in Manchester. Does anybody want to start with that one? Luke?
Well, there's a lot has changed, but a lot has remained remarkably similar. I mean, when I first arrived in Manchester, 85, 86, there's no getting away from this. It was a rainy city with not a lot going on. I mean, of course there was stuff going on, but it was very underground. There was no tourism. And if there were tourists, they were either mad into Joy Division or football, and that was essentially it. There was nothing here. The city was very different. There was less of an industry in terms of, the skyline of the city looked so different. It was fundamentally a different place. Manchester's become an international city. Of course, there's positives and negatives with that. But rather than go into that, I think it's clear there's a different city. You only have to look at the size of events on in Manchester, whether it's the Warehouse Project, MIF, Factory, just the amount of festivals and the sheer amount of clubs dwarfs numerically what was there 35 years ago. So it's changed in that sense. Manchester, I think, I was involved in house music all those years ago, back just before Acid House happened in the mid-80s. And, it was best, about 600-700 people were involved in that world. It was such a small scene. And it has become this gigantic business. We've seen the growth of EDM in America and the likes of, I can't remember his name, the very famous Scottish DJ who gets £49 million a year. You know what I mean. His name escapes me. But it's a different world. However, I think it would be wrong to also think that it's changed beyond the recognition, so that it's just all become kind of gentrified and turned into this huge corporate industry. Whilst that has happened, and Manchester's very different, the same rhythm is still there in the city. You only have to go across 800 metres to Cheetham Hill to see clubs like Hidden and the White Hotel. Those things happen despite the growth and the explosion of what is now a huge dance music industry, both in rock and roll, electronic music, and beyond. So when people tell you, it's not like it used to be, I think that's kind of wrong. Seek and ye shall find. It's still there, but it's just hidden in a much larger tsunami of corporate Manchester. And you only have to walk over, and some of the gigs in Manchester, some of the biggest DJs in the world talk about Hidden and White Hotel, now the Yard, Derby Arms, all these places that have grown up by people who had little or no money, have opened venues by themselves, and pulled themselves up by the straps of their own boots. So I think it's not only cynical, but it's historically wrong to think that the city has fundamentally changed where you can't do anything. I think the underground, as I call it, and I mean that not in a pompous, self-righteous way, but where people are passionate in an uncompromising way about their music, is still alive and kicking. And usually the broken men of rave moaning on Twitter, going on about, it's not like the Hacienda, need to get on a bus or a car or whatever they do and go and see what's happening, because there's so much happening. So I think the city is fundamentally different on first appearance, but beneath the surface, it's just as exciting. I mean, Mr. Burnham has gone now, I probably didn't mention this, but I went to the illegal rave scene that was been happening over the years. I'm not talking during COVID, before that. There was an amazing party at Pomona, just near the tram there, on the edge of Salford. And there was 1,000 people there. I've never seen a more diverse group of people, lads from Hume, all sorts of grafters. The Queens were there, the gay crowd, a black crowd, all there. There was not one bit of trouble. Honestly, it's as good as anything I saw back in the 80s. So I think it's still there, but you have to sort of search for it now. And the metropolis that has grown beyond all recognition has kind of dwarfed out some of that, but it's still there and it's still exactly the same.
Thank you. Frank, can I ask you what your experience of the city has been during your time here, and how it's changed and how your roles have changed within it?
Well, that had to happen to me. So basically, so my role when I first started in this, when I was an engineer, you're absolutely right, things have changed, Luke. But it's like, for me, I had more access to things like the Roadhouse, Night and Day, those kind of venues where it was a bit more grassroots, I think did make it slightly easier for someone in my field to make a start. That's where I got my first tours, was from working in those venues. In my area, it's changed slightly. I don't think there's quite as much that as available as there used to be. But for instance, in my job and with my company, we've had a lot of people that have gone on to tour that came from, whether it was SSR, whether it was from LIPA, whether it was from other colleges. They've come into the company and they've gone out to tour with people like Adele, people like Coldplay. So those kind of opportunities might not have existed as much when I was younger, but they now do exist. So these kind of events are perfect because you've got all these companies here and they can actually put you into roles that you'll actually grow and have a job from. So I think in my area, that's what's changed. And it's not necessarily a bad thing, that. I think the opportunities are different now, but they can actually make you progress much further in some ways.
Thank you. And I think we'll come on to talk about, you know, what we've all been through in the last 3 years with the pandemic and how that's changed the industry in a minute. But I am going to pose the same question to Ollie and then to Gary about your experience of Manchester and how it's changed.
Yeah, so I think that obviously there's been a huge amount of development in Manchester over the last 15 years. You know, we've had another economic renaissance take place in this city, but the development has been exclusive, it's not been inclusive. And Luke is completely right, there are some fantastic clubs out there, but at the same time, grassroots venues are under threat. Places like Brunswick Mill rehearsal studios just shut down. You know, there's a big conversation about space and the need for space to support a music ecosystem, and quite simply, space is just really much harder to come by than it was 15 to 20 years ago. Obviously, there are exceptions like White Hotel, which are fantastic, but I've done a search of all of the city's warehouses and found that they all get listed back to Middle Eastern investment portfolios or companies in Canary Wharf, etc. And I've personally found it a little bit harder to carve out a niche for myself in the city over the last few years, and I dare say a lot of other people have done as well. And I'll just say that I think right now there is more music in Manchester than there ever has been in its entire history. But because of this kind of inclusive them and us development in Manchester, I feel like it's unrepresented and unsupported. So I think we're coming up on a huge revolution again in Manchester in the next few years. And we're here to talk about careers for you guys today. Well, this all needs to be built. You guys need to go out and build this. At the moment, there are some fantastic labels, management companies and promoters in Manchester, but there are not enough. It's up to you guys to go out there and build it. So I think we're on the verge of something really massive at the moment. And once we can release all of this amazing music and amazing art that's happening in this city, I think we've got another major moment coming for Manchester.
We'll talk a bit more about revolution in a minute. Gary, tell us your experience of Manchester from the time when you were a musician through to now.
Yeah, I mean, I guess everything that's been said, yeah, I mean, I fully agree with. I guess when I moved to Manchester, you couldn't really get a record in the shop without the backing of a label. So in many ways, accessing music and getting your music out there has become a little bit more democratic, I suppose. But, you know, to Ollie's point, I think we've all got a responsibility to support each other, support other local artists, support the sort of grassroots initiatives, seek out and find those spaces that Luke mentioned, because it really is about, you know, creating that movement. You know, venues, or certainly the smaller venues that I was frequenting when I moved here, many of them don't exist anymore. But, you know, get to these spaces, support them, support each other, and create that sort of critical mass.
Thank you. We talked a little bit before we came up here, and one of the questions we were asking was, do we talk about COVID? Do we talk about the pandemic? I think the general consensus was we can't not address that issue because it has changed the industry that we all work in. We've all seen, you know, an amount of time spent when the live sector certainly was out of business. I feel that during that time there were really good conversations happening around sustainability, gender, diversity, and probably mental health and looking after ourselves in this kind of crazy world sometimes that we're in. So actually this bit is a bit of a call to arms, really, because one of the byproducts of the last 3 years is that we've lost a lot of our technical staff. They went to go and find jobs which might be more sustainable, could pay the rent, could pay the mortgage. Now, whilst that's kind of depressing, I also see that as an opportunity for us to change the future of that side of what we do. And I think that's all you people that we're talking to today, you know. I am really fed up of going into the venue that I work in when a band is loading in and being the only woman in the room. There is absolutely no reason why one gender is a better sound engineer than the other, or a better lighting director. So I guess a quick run through what the pandemic meant, but I suppose moving into what are the opportunities that we see out of where the industry is now. Who wants to start? I saw Frank twitch then. Go.
So yeah, that's a really relevant point. A lot of people in my industry, we obviously stopped when COVID happened completely. Our world completely stopped in a, you know, no warning. And a lot of people went into jobs not necessarily as well paid, but not as stressful, not taking them away from home. And to be honest with you, a lot of people didn't come back because they just went, you know, our life is quite fast-paced, it's not very predictable, and you actually really love that side of it. But when you've been doing it for a long time and you get the chance to stop, some people then think, well, I don't really want to go back to that. And there is a hole in our industry now. There's a lot of people that aren't there. And if I'm really honest with you, we do need people to come through. So, you know, if there's an opportunity, you've really got to take it. I'm already seeing it in where I'm working. These, you know, people are moving into other fields and we're looking for people to come in. And you still need those people to work with and learn from, but there's not as many of them. So it's an issue. It is definitely an issue. And even from our point of view, I mean, I came out of touring and I was fortunate to be offered a full-time role with Solotech. And I jumped at it because my mindset was different. I'd spent 27 years doing this and I felt like I've got the opportunity to be in the industry that I love, but I actually want to slow down a bit now. So what I'm trying to say is, please, you know, grab any opportunities that are there because we are missing people. You know, those roles need to be filled.
Gary, I'm going to throw this one to you now. What do you think the opportunities are for everybody in this room, and what's the best way for them to approach those opportunities? Because it can be really daunting to be in a room like this. Yeah. Some people are always a bit braver at going and talking to everybody than others. What's your advice?
Yeah, I think there's no question that it gave an opportunity to sort of pause, think differently and challenge some of the norms. And, you know, there's organisations in this room, you know, like Unity Radio, like Sharp Futures, and of course the Factory Academy, that really do believe in improving representation, believe in creating opportunities, believe in creating a kind of, the workforce of tomorrow. And every one of you, your view and opinion really matters, and it really counts. And all of these businesses and organisations are listening, and you should really take that opportunity, because there's an opening door that events like this are inviting you to walk through, and speak and talk, and you will be heard. So I guess it's about connecting. It's about looking for organisations that align to the values that you have, because it's really important that we sort of enact this change, which might sound like proper cornball, but there are organisations here that want to invite you and want you to be helping them keep their organisations relevant. So take the opportunity to talk to people. There's lots of people here that want to meet you, that want to connect with you. So seize that moment.
Thank you. I think just to pick up on something you said, I think finding an organisation that has the values that you align with and you feel comfortable with is something really important. Certainly the music industry that I grew up in was a slightly more lawless place, I would say. There's a great Hunter S. Thompson quote, which I can't remember off the top of my head, but I think, companies now they have more social responsibility, they have an understanding of treating their staff well. Many of them do it because they really believe in it. Many of them do it because it's the law that they have to. But find the organisation that you feel a good fit with and you feel a good energy with. And a lot of that is about gut reactions about who you work with. Ollie, I'm going to throw that question again to you. What do you see the opportunity, given where we are? I'm not going to say post-COVID, because I don't think we are. I think there's still lots of people getting COVID. But where we are in this bit of history that none of us knew we were going to live through, what are the opportunities? What are you excited about? What are you optimistic about?
Yeah, so just to reiterate two things that are said here. First of all, during the pandemic, a lot of people left the business and didn't come back. So there's an opportunity at the moment that the business is crying out for you to come and join it and take up job roles. That's definitely an opportunity that wasn't there pre-COVID. Sorry for mentioning that word. The other thing is that a lot of businesses now, all businesses are open. Their doors are open. They want you to come in. They want new blood in the industry. There are more opportunities out there than there ever have been before, whether that's something like Factory Academy or we're going to be launching a legacy project in October that's backed by the industry. There are more opportunities than ever before, and there's a lot for you to go and get your hands on. And I'll just feed both of those things into the fact that there's never been more music in Manchester. We're massively growing as a city. Okay, it's tough on grassroots venues, but there's lots of other new venues opening. There's lots of new opportunities in Manchester. Manchester's growing exponentially year on year. I think it was like a few years, maybe 5 years ago now, that London started.
Futures. We're still here in Manchester. It's a pretty amazing event today. It's absolutely jam-packed. So many opportunities for you, whether you're looking to get into the industry, looking for your next step, you want a bit more information, you want to network with people. And like the Mayor of Greater Manchester, Andy Burnham, said on stage a few moments ago, all the training that we offer here at Production Futures is free, and the only roles we advertise are paid. And believe me, that is absolutely revolutionary when it comes to this industry. Now, you might be able to hear a little bit behind me. We are taking the feed here from what's happening upstairs. So when you come to a Production Futures event, there is so much stuff to see. Upstairs, we have the main exhibition room, loads and loads of exhibitors, people trying tech out, getting more information. It's also where there's talks on that stage. However, should you be looking for other more specific stuff, you can come downstairs. So here we've got loads and loads of great talks throughout the day. For example, We're going to have Riedel Communications down here. We're going to have To Be Heard down here. Factory International are going to be talking about hidden job roles. And also Louise Roby is going to be talking about 24 years in broadcasting and all the amazing stuff that she has done as well. A wealth of expertise, hundreds of years of expertise in all sorts of areas of this industry at every single one of these events. And that's all other stuff going on upstairs as well. Got a lecture theatre in here. If you come with me, we can have a little look in here and I can have a nice sit down in one of the comfy seats where there are even more talks going on throughout the day. So just an example of what you've got in the lecture theatre, Interfacio presents how to get your dream job and keep it. So that's recruitment experts within this industry. The Zoo XYZ presents 10 steps to a successful event masterclass. And, that's the one. If I just take a little seat down here. Meanwhile, upstairs, we had Mayor of Greater Manchester, Andy Burnham. We got the Live Group Presents, who are on stage right now, talking about why Manchester is the place to be for creative career. Festival Insights presents, Production Park presents, and the Power of Events freelancers. So many great opportunities to meet amazing people and take your next step in this industry. And this is the only place to do it. Don't forget, do check out jobs.productionfutures.co.uk. Sorry, so many exciting things going on that I lost what I was saying. Tons of great opportunities on there all over the world. This really is the place to be if you want to take your next step in this industry.
And took the initiative to set up his own series of bars and club spaces in old disused parts of the twilight zone of Manchester, just again near White Hotel and Hidden. Now that has happened because he's done it himself. He didn't necessarily have to have the education for that. And whilst that's important, I think COVID has thrown up more opportunities like that. And I don't mean it a Daily Mail way that I'm being but I mean it in that, you know, work is a good thing necessarily, but I do believe that graft and pulling yourself up by the straps of your own boots is fundamental, whatever era we're in. So the one thing of COVID that's come out, you know, artists like Roisin Murphy chose to take COVID and to sort of relaunch her career and start doing all her things. So I think it can, you know, tragedy can put the wind in the sails of people who kind of want to reset. So I think the opportunities are there. And I remember years ago, people get very hung up on, in my opinion, on this corporate world. We can't do anything. There are no opportunities. But years ago, when we were doing Electric Chair, where Frankie was in the Roadhouse, this shitty little 200 sticky carpet, piss-filled basement club. You know, Ministry of Sound was happening, Cream was happening, the corporates were happening. But for me, we never got hung up on it. These things can coexist. Don't spend your time overthinking about the corporate, the commercial. That's always going to do its thing. What you can do is create your own ecosystem and your own thing and set up by yourself. And whatever you get from here today, there's nothing that will be stronger as a piece of advice than doing your own thing from bottom up and building it slowly. You're going to be in trenches for a long time. You know, I'm still doing things now that from 30 years ago, I'm still here just about somehow. So that would be my advice. And I think with that in mind, I think it's a very exciting time, despite all the obvious financial pressures for everyone right now.
Thank you, Luke. I've got one final question for the panellists, and then I'm going to ask people if they've got any questions for us. Although I realise it might be easier for you to come and find us individually and ask us questions afterwards. So if you're feeling shy, that's okay as well. I'm going to throw this final question first to you, Luke. What advice would you give to your 18-year-old self if you were in the room today and you had the knowledge of hindsight? What would you say if you were here?
Jesus, that's a good question. It's difficult to say this without sounding trite, so very cringe, but you listen to yourself, listen to your guts, to your intuition. We are in one of the most problematic vacuums politically and culturally I've ever seen. That the culture war, however you look at it, the world has never been so toxic. And I feel that it's hard, you know, the old traditional left, the old counterculture politics is full of contradictions and it's tripped itself up. And in a world of a vacuum, all sorts of views, conspiratorial, anti-science have filled this vacuum. I would say to my 18-year-old self, just stick with your guts because you know intuitively when something is right or wrong. Don't say something to appease your own tribe, to, you know, tick a box. do it because you believe in it and it's right and it's truthful and honest. And I believe that will never be more important in the next 10 years.
Thank you. Gary, I'm going to ask you the same question.
Yeah, wow. I would say, back yourself. Back yourself. Believe in what matters to you and surround yourself with good people. And just, just work hard. Something that Luke said before really resonates. Work hard. This is an industry, this is a business. And, whether we like the connection between creativity and, approaching things with a bit of a business head on, it is real. And, no one's going to do that for you. So back yourself. Yeah.
Thank you. Frank, what would you tell yourself if you were in this room at the age of 18?
Well, funnily enough, similar thing to what Luke was saying, go with a gut instinct, because when I was 18, I made quite a decision not to go down a path, which I'm glad I made that decision. I would have gone, I was classically trained and I had a place at Leeds College of Music, and I didn't take it because for whatever reason I knew I wanted to get into this industry. And I then went on, got another place at Salford, didn't take it because I was already working in a studio. I was already driving a van around with some speakers in the back and doing stuff. I'm not saying don't go to university by the same rule, but what I'm saying is my gut feeling was this is what I want to do. And I remember speaking to my parents and going, I'm not going to take this place. I don't know if it's the right thing to do, but I don't want to spend 3 years doing essays on music production when I'm actually doing this. And that's my gut feeling. So if you have a feeling about something and you're going, is this right? If you feel like it is, you've got to go with that, whatever that may be. So, yeah, even if it seems like the wrong decision at the time.
Thank you. Ollie?
My advice would be stay independent. I was an independent promoter when I was 18. I actually started when I was about 16. At 21, I joined a major corporation, and it was great for life experiences, but not great for my music career. So my advice to my 18-year-old self, keep doing what you're doing. Do your club nights, grow your tribe, and grow your crew. I think everybody, by the way, should go and promote your own club night or go down to your local pub and ask if you can put some bands on. That's what you should be doing when you're 18 and start building something out of that.
That's great, thank you. Does anybody have any questions for us? Oh, there we go. You're going to have to shout.
Yes.
Thank you. I think that's a brilliant question. So I think the question is, you might be feeling that you've got a creative side of your brain, but you've also got a deeply practical side of your brain, and there's another set of skills that you're working on. Myself and a couple of colleagues from Factory International are doing a session at 1 o'clock or 1:15 talking about different roles within the industry, and we're going to do that across a kind of live music thing and also probably across a bit more of a theatre thing. I always refer to it as, sorry, I will let the others speak on this in a minute. I always refer to it as the 97% in the live music sector, so all the people that are involved that are not actually the artist on stage. I myself always knew I didn't like being on stage. I wanted to do something that made the thing happen on stage. I think the thing that I didn't know or have access to when I was younger, all that information is out there now. You can learn about what all the different jobs are across the creative sectors quite easily through the internet, through coming to events like this, through asking about people what those different jobs are. And of course, as digital becomes more of a presence within our world, there are obviously new jobs and new roles coming on board all the time. So I think probably all of us have a sense that we have a creative brain, but also a practical brain. And I guess there's an element of learning how you control those two different sides and finding the right space to be in.
One thing I would say, yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I don't think necessarily you should try and be all of those things, because some people are creatives and that's what they are. They're not necessarily, haven't got a business acumen, they haven't got necessarily a marketing skill. I think that's what is where partnerships, groups of people come together with different skill set. My partner, I used to call him the spreadsheet twins. Every time I spent a penny out of petty cash, it was like a little box, literally. It was that analogue, old school, you know. You took £5 out to buy some pencils, you had to write it down. You need creativity, can exist in its own right, but it's best teamed up dialectically with other people who can provide that. And also with marketing, some of the most creative people hate being out there in front of humanity and selling their souls. And I think, you know, Homo Electric, a club night that I set up 25 years ago, I don't do any of the social media. My partner Amy runs all that and is incredibly gifted. I don't think that you should try and take all those roles. I think that's where you come up with a team. And the best club nights or events, organisations that I've ever seen have always been a very equal balance of different skill sets. So it's most likely most creative people aren't very good with a spreadsheet, generally. It does happen. I'm certainly not one of them. I was banned from petty cash 25 years ago. In fact, I don't even have credit cards. So I think that's really important. But one thing is true. Unless, you know, you are very lucky, you are David Bowie, Nick Cave or whoever, I think creativity existing in its own right can struggle to survive in the modern world and probably needs to be teamed up with people who have a skill set to make that work and wash its face and survive in a tough world.
Yeah, so sort of touching on this, I think a little bit in the role as an engineer, you do need a little bit of that sort of musical creative side. I think that as an extension of the band, you've got to have a set of ears on you to be able to do that. And I also feel that even in our industry, we don't just necessarily have people that have come from one kind of background. For instance, kind of not necessarily creativity, but we have people working in our industry that are more into computer software and programming. They're not necessarily a sound engineer, but they've got a degree in something that's more to do with IT or computer software, but they're quite creative with it, so they can come into our world and suddenly deal with installs and design and all that stuff. So I think the industries in general, you don't have to go down one route to be part of it. We do take people that... I was at something a few weeks ago and looking at T-levels, and it was to do with computer programming, and I went, we need people like this, because you don't necessarily go on tour. We need people to work in like installs. We need people to go in and do design of like networking for software for the computers that we use. And some of the guys that we've had in our and girls that we've had in our warehouse actually have that mix of background. So even if you're studying one area, it can mean you can go into other areas as well, because you just might have a flair for a different part of that isn't the norm, shall we say.
Sorry, I forgot what the question was, Jane, but something about university and just the way I see it, you know, outside of the amazing things that you may or may not learn at university, the main point of going to university is to get cheap rent for 3 years and piss about for 3 years. So I recommend you go to university and spend all of your time promoting club nights or getting involved in a venue or doing something experiential in the business. And I can't remember what the second point was. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Oh, let's go. Come and shout at us.
You mentioned there being a lack of females within the production industry. What do you think are the barriers stopping more females entering the industry?
The question is, why are there so few women in the production side of the industry? And what are the barriers? I'm going to
So it's an odd one, this. So obviously I started doing this a long time ago. There are a few more women in this now. It's a really odd one. The only reason I can think about this being the way it is like originally, this is still to me quite a new industry. I know that sounds odd, but it's not one of the older industries. And it was, not anymore, it's not rock and roll anymore, but it was very much more rock and roll. It isn't now. It's an odd one. I never found a problem with it, if I'm honest. There weren't many people. I might be the only female on the production crew. You get female caterers, female production assistants, but I technically might have been the only woman on the crew. And I never really understood why, because you will meet idiots, but to me, you're going to meet idiots in any industry, in any walk of life. So for me, it was always about, I think as a woman, sometimes you might, sorry if it might sound out of order, you might have to be actually a bit better than the men sometimes, because you're already going in with somebody thinking, well, it's a woman doing this. Is she actually going to be up to it? So most of the women that you find in the industry are actually really good at it, because they've actually had to go in and be judged before they even get there. My outlook is, I just go, be a nice person, treat everybody equally. For me, you just need to be nice, do your job well, and work together as a team. I really wish I could answer the question why there's not as many women in it. I don't know. It's an odd one, because there's definitely way more opportunities now. And some of the colleges, because I go and do talks at colleges for students and universities, there's definitely more girls coming through, which is good to see. We have a lot more women working with us now, even in the warehouse, you know, and even on tour. But I don't know why it is the case. Maybe, and that's why I'm very keen to go and do these panels and do these talks, because all I want to say is it's actually fine. It's a welcoming environment, but it is daunting when you're the only person there. But the way I did it, I just went, be a nice person. If they're going to be an idiot, they're an idiot, but go and talk to somebody about it. But I can't really answer the question. I don't know why there aren't as many women.
I think in my experience, and I don't really want to give away my age here, but you know, since I've worked in the music industry, it has changed an awful lot. And I think there are, you know, you're knocking on a much more open door now than you would have been certainly when I started out. So I think the opportunities are there, and I think the awareness is there. I don't think that the pandemic has necessarily been very progressive for diversity across the board. I think it's set it back a few steps. So we just need to keep fighting the fight. You know, there is no reason why. I never really understood in my 20s as a booking agent's assistant why there were 2 female booking agents out of probably 100. All the assistants were female. There is no psychological or physical reason why a man is a better booking agent than a woman. That has changed. There are women in every role across the music industry in a way that there wasn't a time ago.
Sorry to interrupt, but something that was flagged on one of the tours that I was on for a few years, some of the crew that I work with said they actually prefer having women on the bus, on the tour bus, because the dynamics change. If you've just got 14 blokes on a bus, it's different. You suddenly introduce 2 or 3 women into that, and the whole dynamics change. And it's actually, I've toured with engineers and with other people that have said, I want to have a woman on the tour as well, because it does. It's just a natural thing. The dynamics will change. So even some of the production managers I've worked with, they're actually more keen to have a more diverse crew on it, because it's just a better atmosphere in general.
Thanks, everyone. Oh, I've got another question there.
How are you doing? You okay? I work for support Manchester College in recruitment, and one of the things that we've seen over the last 3 or 4 years is a lack of role models and education of female teachers in music production and music performance. So all the applications that are coming in are all male. So that might be the case. We're having females coming in as students, but not the sort of role model educators to support them coming into the industry as well. So there's opportunities for educators and music production tutors as well. Just get out there.
Thank you. I think that was more of a statement than a question, right?
I think it was.
Yeah, good. Thank you. Okay, I think we're going to wrap it up now, if that's, I'm being nodded at, so that's good. Massive thank you to my fellow panelists. Massive thank you to all you for listening. And we hope you have a really productive and brilliant day, and come and say hello to us.
Hello and welcome back to New Century in Manchester. It is absolutely rammed here. It's Production Futures on tour, and honestly, these events keep going from strength to strength. And now we're going to talk to just a few of the varied exhibitors that you can see when you come down to one of our events and find out exactly what is on offer. So I'm just going to spin you through here. So I need to accost poor Jordan, who's actually in the middle of talking to someone. I'm so sorry, lads. Come back and see him later. Hello, mate. It's good to see you again. Yes. So back here, Production Futures on tour, but explain to us exactly what it is that you guys do.
So we're a lighting and video rental house. We're based in London. We've got a warehouse out in Saudi Arabia as well, over in Jeddah. And we've just bought a warehouse in America. So we're looking to expand worldwide, hopefully. So we do concerts, festivals, touring stuff. But we do a lot of installs, and we do lots of, little bits pieces. There's no gig too big, too small kind of stuff. So anything that comes up, we'll work on. Yeah.
What's a day-to-day like for you? Do you have an average day?
No. So my role, I'm a technical project manager, so it's like I'm on site as well as in the warehouse, so looking after gigs as well. So every day is a bit different. We'll either be prepping jobs, or we'll be out on site, or be like, calm before the storm, answering emails, getting it all ready for the next job. But even people in different departments is always different, because we're working on such a range of jobs. So the rigging department, it should just be pulling rigging and putting steels in a box, but some days there's lots of test builds involved and stuff like that, so it's very diverse. And yeah.
Well, we've seen that today, even just with our camera operator Russ, who's been jumping on different cameras, setting up shots kind of thing, putting lights up. That's what this industry's like. What kind of conversations have you been having here today?
We've got a lot of really young students that are just trying to figure out exactly what we do and what the industry is all about. But we've been having chats with people people that want to freelance, people that want to kind of settle down and relocate or figure out what they're trying to do. So just trying to sort of help people figure out what they want, really. For us, if we can help somebody understand what they want to do in life, cool. That's helpful enough for the day. But yes, it's been a range. It's been a lot of different conversations today.
And in terms of if people want to come and work with you guys, and if you have opportunities, where should they go? What should they do?
So visit our website. The website's always kept up to date with any job adverts that we've got going. Facebook, Instagram, all that kind of stuff. And through the Production Futures job board as well, we're uploading anything that comes up that we think is suitable to kind of, filter out into the younger market, especially junior roles or internships and things like that. But obviously, anything that comes up really, we put out to whoever is suited for the role. So yeah, website is definitely the best place to go.
What is that website?
It's coloursound.com.
Coloursound.com. Nice one, Jordan. Thank you. It's good to see you again, mate. Don't forget, make sure you also check out jobs.productionfutures.co.uk for tons of great opportunities all over the world. Like we say, the training that we offer is free, and the job roles are always paid. It really is that simple. Right, let's see who else we've got to chat to today. The guys from Alpha Crew are here. So, guys, welcome. Is it your first time at Production Futures?
Yes, it's our first time here today. We went to the last one in Nottingham, just to see what was happening and going on. A lot of our existing clients are here as well, so I thought it would be good for us to get our foot in the door as well, to bring careers towards Alpha Crew as well, for lots of students and stuff like that as well. So,
And if you're able to tell us just what is it that Alpha Crew does?
So we're an event crewing company, so we will provide crew to all different types of events, like big events, small events. That includes like festivals, conferences, corporate events, weddings, like live TV settings, like Britain's Got Talent, things like that. Like you name it, if any type of event you can think of, we've probably done it. And if we haven't done it, we will do it.
So is there like an average day to day for you guys? Do you have a normal standard day?
Normal doesn't exist in this industry, but I guess maybe like a standard like conference type of event. So we would like go in, like build a stage, set the sound equipment up, set up the lighting, any video equipment, we'll get those in, and then so that will be the build up, and then the event will happen, and then we'll go back after, and then we'll break it all down again, load it back onto the trucks, and then job's done.
And mate, I'm aware that it's very busy, and we've got people walking through our shop. Just there's so many people here. What should people do if they want to work with you guys?
So if you're interested in working for Alpha Crew, if you go on our website, we have it here. Well, obviously, you probably can't see, but we've got our barcodes as well. But yeah, you go on our website on the careers page, and then you can just apply. As you can see, we've got a lot of different regions on there. So wherever you live, you can just apply, select the region you want to work at, and then just send in that application.
Amazing. Thank you very much, guys. Do make sure you check out the website. What is that website?
So their website will be alphacrew.co.uk. Honestly.
You're just like, yeah. Lads, thank you very much. Really good to have you here. Cheers. Thank you very much for talking to us. Right. So if we move on, I'm about to doorstep poor James from Encore, who we're going to be talking to about what they do. So let me just see if I can spin round. I feel very bad because basically what happens is everybody's having lovely chats about their career and what they can do and that kind of thing. And then I come and ruin it by jumping in. Hello, James. Hello. How's it going? Look at that, seamless. Absolutely seamless. So, James, what is it that you guys do?
So we are Encore. We are a global technology provider for live events. So lighting, sound, rigging, staging, set design, creative content, a huge range. Where anything where a person needs technical services to support their event.
So working for you guys, I guess there's a ton of different job roles. What kind of person is it good for to work with you?
I mean, yes, firstly, loads of different job roles. Whether you're a technical background, whether you're in marketing, whether you're interested in content production, so many different roles. I mean, we're a global business, there's 12,000 of us worldwide, so lots of opportunity across the board. The type of person, I don't know, I remember being at these type of things when I was young and starting, and really it was just that attitude, that willingness to learn, the kind of self-start mentality to pick things up, have a go, learn from your mistakes. So that kind of ambition is keen for us. But really anyone that wants to explore this industry, I mean, it's massive recovery after COVID. It's moving at a pace with tech advancements, with AI advancements. So there's so many different ways into it.
And that's where potentially where young people can add a lot of value as well, who are native with these technologies. Then that really helps people who've been in the business a long time.
Yeah, absolutely, and we've got to learn. You know, the pressure's on us. I wouldn't like to say that I'm old, but certainly the younger generations have got so much energy and knowledge to bring to the table. So we've got to harness that, learn from it, and move with the times. So, I mean, I think it's as relevant as much in a well-being or D&I space as it is with tech. At the moment, the youngsters are teaching us what it's all about, and that's exciting.
And what should people do if they want to work with you guys at Encore?
Get in touch. We've got a fantastic careers page on our website. It's got all the roles listed there. We've got loads of different opportunities, training roles, training placements, and a fantastic learning and development team and talent acquisition team that would love to speak to them.
Thank you very much, James. Great to see you guys here again. So that's just a small example of the people we've got down here today. I'm going to try and work my way back through this crowd, so come with me. And as you can see on top of that and all the amazing exhibitors, you've also got people talking about anything and everything in this industry at all times. We've got 2 floors below us where people are doing exactly the same thing. It really is the place to be. Don't forget to check out the jobs board as well, and we will be back with you very, very shortly. if I have a shave. It's just like, it's just like.
Are we good? We're good. Okay. Good evening, good afternoon, good citizens of Manchester and the surrounding area. My name's Andy Lenthall. I work for an organisation called Festival Insights. We run the UK Festival Awards, proudly hosted in Manchester after it was hosted somewhere down south for a few years. Production Futures asked me to come along and to have a chat with a panel of people who have taken advantage of opportunities to get into the nighttime festival live production industry, and some of whom are actually working hard to create and develop opportunities for young people because they see that well, it's a great industry to work with, and they want to get good people in like you. So the panel pictures will come back up on stage. You may have noticed a deliberate mistake on the photos of the panels earlier, with Wolfie not really looking like Wolfie, and a little bit less, I don't know, Wolfie-like, I guess. So let's start basically by going to the very end of the panel, and we ask our panelists to introduce themselves, give us 30 seconds on how they got an opportunity to enter the industry that they're in, and then we'll go back to everybody to talk about how you can take and create opportunities now that may not have been available then, and routes in that may not have been available then, and the routes that they're starting. So starting at the end with Jill. Who are you, where are you from, and how did you get here?
Hello, everyone. Sorry, I've got a bit of a weird old chest, so to speak. So I'm just kind of, my voice is a bit husky. I've been in the industry a long, long time, and I've been through many guises. I've been in radio production. I've been in event production. I've been a supplier to the industry, and I've also started my own festival 6 years ago. So I've done quite a lot of different things. How I started was I wrote 30 letters to all places that I thought I might like to work. And I'd done a really chatty letter saying, hi, my name's Jill. I want to do this and do that, and I can do this and can do that. And I'd love to come and work with you if you give me a chance. I'll work a month free of charge, added to which I make a lovely cup of tea. And from that, I got my job that broke into the industry that I've loved for many, many years, and it's given me lots of opportunities. So that's my story.
Sasha.
My name's Sasha Lord. I'm the co-founder of Parklife Festival, the Warehouse Project, and also the Nighttime Economy Advisor for Greater Manchester. Nice T-shirt, by the way. Just spotted that. Yeah, good. So I didn't apply to enter this industry. The whole thing's been a mistake, to be honest. You know, I was at school in Manchester. I'm from Manchester. Didn't get my A-levels, but I was obsessed with... it was that period when Manchester was known as Madchester, so Stone Roses, Happy Mondays, New Order. And I enjoyed a nightclub called the Hacienda. I decided to put a night on, not to get into the industry, just to pay some bills. And actually, in that one night, I earned, I think it was £300 back in 1994, 4th of July 1994. And I thought, you know what, this is better than working in a clothes shop, which was my daytime job at the time. And that's it, I'm stuck in the events industry. They've never let me leave since.
Cool. Nadu.
Hi, my name's Nadu Plaka. I am the founder of the Zoo XYZ and co-founder of the Association of Black Event Professionals. I've been in the industry for about 15 years, and I got into it quite similar to Jill, but I volunteered everywhere. And by the time I'd done probably about 6 months to a year of volunteering, I got phone calls back when projects came out, and was being very persistent with people to try and say, similarly, book me, let me work, I'll come and work. Oh no, you're going to pay me? Okay, I'll take the money, where I was happy to do it for free. So yeah, a lot of volunteering got me where I am today.
Okay, Wolfie.
My name's Wolfie. I'm a tour manager, musician, production manager, backline tech, kind of a bit of everything. I got into the industry, I was working in my local venue in Stockport, the Blue Cat, and it was just a case of bands were coming through, playing shows there. You get to know them from the other side of the fence, and yeah, a band called Blossoms came through in 2014. We got on, and then they asked me to come on tour with them. Off we went around the world, yeah, and I'm still there working with them now 9 years later, so yeah, right place at the right time. A bit of luck, a lot of accidents, you know, but yeah.
Nadu, those positions that you volunteered for, were they all the same thing, or did you get
Oh,
a variety of experience?
Everything. I think my first one was at a local festival done by like Chris Tofu, who now does Shangri-La. I'm from London, if you didn't know. It's called Lucian People's Day. And that was for an area manager volunteering. I think the application was a double-sided A4 piece of paper. They had 3 months to submit it. I submitted it the next day. So I was like the first person whose information they had. And then it went everything from stage management. I used to support my dad, who did some stuff as well, like bringing microphones onto stage or the water, as someone's just done. And it was across as many different things as possible. And I think when you're getting into the industry, it's best to try as many different things. There are so many roles that you probably don't know what you want to do. So try them all to be like, actually, this fits more with me. I can contribute to this and get more out of it, and to kind of find your own niche.
So how did you survive financially, doing so much volunteering for such a long time?
I didn't. So at 19, I had my daughter, who's now 18. Yes, I know, I look quite young, but to have an 18-year-old, it's crazy. And at the time, I remember going to university, which was at the start, and people said, don't go because you're going to need to, financially pay for these things. Be it childcare, rent at the time, but I just made the time. Be it on the weekend, I would ask people to babysit, or, before I even had her, starting about 16, 17, I was out volunteering. You just have to persevere and find that window of time, because events is 24/7 anyway. So I think getting into the industry, you know that you're going to be expected to work a lot, and I would just carve out time as and where I could to put myself in the right positions.
Okay, Sasha, going back to your first 300 quid you earned from potting on a night. Was it plain sailing from there? Did the money just keep growing and coming in?
No, I'll be honest, for the first probably 4 years, bailiffs were knocking on the door on a daily basis. But I just kept going with it. And, I think what we're talking about today is absolutely imperative. In this industry, people need to understand that I think you can break away from the conventional education route. I think our industry does a much better conversation about this than other industries, and the hospitality as well. The days of you have to go to university, the days of you have to get your A-levels, they're kind of finished. And I think we're all proof that you actually don't need those qualifications, those paper certificates. No one checks them anyway. If someone gives me a CV, I don't care less whether someone's got a C in woodwork. It doesn't bother me. I want to know, have they worked in the industry before?
I think we're of a how do I say it? We're of a similar vintage, and like you, didn't get A-levels, fell out, and we've done okay. We've done okay, but you have to take your opportunities when they're there. Jill, so you then started this first job. Where was that? Where did you move from there? You've done a lot of different things, but all these different things lead to somewhere. What skills did you pick up in your journey through all those different jobs that lead you to thinking, I know what, I'll start a festival?
Well, my first job, I'd written the letter to that offered me the job, was a theatre in London. So I kind of thought I might like to go to theatre, so that's why I applied for the job there. So I got it. But unbeknown to me, when I applied for the job, the theatre was owned by Capital Radio, which is obviously was massive back then as a big London radio station. And very quickly, the radio station asked me to start promoting on air events that were happening in London for all the UK promoters. So I found myself, you know, in the studio with Chris Tarrant, telling him to say great things about a festival that was happening or an event that was happening. So as time went on, I ended up, unbelievably, I was head of entertainment at Capital Radio, so I had like a massive old job, a big department, and from a girl who grew up in a council estate who didn't really have aspirations to have a massive career, I suddenly was in charge of massive budgets and was asked to be responsible for the first ever party in the park in Hyde Park. So that became my baby, and I employed a production company to build the world for me. And whilst that was happening, I saw a greenfield site that had nothing on it. And I saw it build of all the characters that came on board, all the different skill sets that came with it. And I absolutely fell in love with watching that world build. So 100,000 people came into Hyde Park. It was an amazing success. It was the first of a long, long line of Party in the Parks that happened. And what I did is I fell so in love with it. I went to my boss and said, I want to leave to learn how to build worlds. And of course, he was shocked because we just produced the first ever Party in the Park. And I went, I'm going. If I don't do it now, I'm never going to do it. I wanted to learn so much about how that community came together and made an amazing thing that hundreds of thousands, well, actually it was 100,000 people came to that first event. So there I was. I left the business, but fortunately they gave me a 2-year contract to continue to project manage it. So that's how I started my career in production. Then I set about learning how to produce. And with a 2-year contract, that paid me to be able to learn. And I never stopped learning. I continued to learn. I then started a supplier business to supply festival fencing to the UK marketplace, which is still going strong. And then 5 years ago, I decided I thought I'd use all my skills and start my own festival. So, so that's kind of my journey.
So it seems to be that if you don't take that traditional university, I'm going to learn to do this and I'm going to learn to do that, something else will open up. It's like Wolfie, you know, you work in a local venue. Was that with a view to becoming a tour manager, or was that with a view to just learning a bit of everything and seeing what came along?
Yeah, it wasn't a view to become a tour manager. I don't think anyone grows up thinking, I want to be a tour manager, necessarily. But when I started working there, I was in a band, so I saw it as an opportunity to learn, as a musician, what other musicians behave like and what to do and what not to do. So I could see people coming in with bad attitudes, for example, or they were rubbish at sound checks and things like that. And then I'd say, right, well, I'm not going to do that. I'll do this. And then that opened a few doors with musically. And then it's just one thing leads into the other. And if you show an interest in it, you'll find these different doors that you didn't know were even there will open, such as the tour management thing. So my goal was just to get on the road and get touring. So it initially started off with Blossoms. I was a guitar tech for no money, basically. It was just like, yeah, I'll come. But it quickly developed that there wasn't anyone actually filling that tour management role. And as the band got bigger, I just put my hand up and spoke to management and said, I fancy having a go at this. We need someone to book the hotels and speak to the venues beforehand, because I can see a problem here. We're turning up and, they're not ready for us or whatever. And then it just developed into that. And then
Do you not, and maybe Nadu as well, do you not, or did you not at some point get the feeling that, you were guitar teching for nothing for a band that was earning nothing anyway?
Well, at the time, no. This was like early doors to the playing like 50 people on a Tuesday night.
Do you two ever get, or did you ever get a sense that, this industry's just kind of like taking advantage of the people that want to get into it? Or did you feel that the people you were working for and volunteering for were looking for an opportunity to pay you?
I was going to say, me personally, there wasn't a space there for me. They were being kind, so it was that situation.
Yeah, no, not at all. I mean, it's interesting because I think volunteers play such an important role because you have to, like, I've probably worked every role within any event we do, so I know from the ground up what it takes, and I think it's really important, and volunteers actually provide, they're integral part of the, I guess, the cog that churns on events. I feel like, no, initially there's never an opening for money in terms of if you're volunteering. It might be just your expenses and the rest, but you know that you actually get something out of it, and if you can contribute and put yourself forward and people can see actually there's more value here, you can continue to learn and explore in other roles.
Okay, and Sasha, you're growing a business based on creating events, starting Hacienda and then building up from there. At what point did you realize that you would need people on board, and who were those people, and how did you find them, and how did you pay them?
So I had a nightclub 2000 to 2006 called Sankey Soap, which is a stone's throw from here actually. When it went up a level, the Warehouse Project 2006 at Boddington's Brewery, it was Sam and Kirsty that worked for me at Sankey Soap who came on board, and I made them shareholders straight away. We were all equal partners, so we all took the risk, we all went for it. I did have to put my hand in my pocket to get the cash flow up and running, but we all, I mean, when you think back, it was mental what we did. I would never do it again. We had no business plan. We were in a disused brewery next to Strangeways Prison in Cheetham Hill, and nobody thought it would work. The idea was to run a project of warehouse events, the Warehouse Project, to do it for 1 year, and we sold 100,000 tickets. And, you know, it's not stopped. We're actually the biggest nightclub in the world now, which is just, it's bonkers to have it here in Manchester.
And how do you give people opportunities? I mean, is there something that you've done that you could put your finger on where you knew that there were actual real opportunities for people to get into an industry that's fed you?
Yeah, so there are people in the industry that like volunteers that are free. I don't like that. I don't think it's right. If you're going to volunteer at a festival, for example, Parklife, at least have some financial benefit. So you have to feed them, make sure the transport's there. Even if it's just a free ticket to come the following day, you know, there has to be a benefit to that. I'm going to plug this now selfishly. So I am in the middle of setting up the foundation, Sasha Lord Foundation, and that's kind of been going to be my legacy. Because I want people to look at me as an example that you can achieve things in this sector. There is no barrier in this sector. And, you know, with my black book, if I can introduce people into the industry on a paid salary, then that's something that I want to do.
Jill, on the same subject, I guess, I know, and thanks for introducing the foundation, because that's where I wanted to get. You know, there are people in the industry who've built careers in the industry, who've learned and have something to deliver back to people who want to get into the industry. Jill, are there things that you do outside of the festival to maybe cherry pick talent that you may find out there in the local area?
I go down a route, I suppose. There's a college that started prior to me being involved with my own festival called Super Jam, and it's a college that helps kids that have fallen through the education system for whatever reason. And through music, these colleges now are getting people into full-time work. Because what they learn through these colleges is exceptional skills about confidence, about how to go out and search for work. So when I started my festival, I decided I wanted these colleges involved with Black Deer. So there is a stage that was been there from year one called the Super Jam stage. So this is where these young people get real-time work experience of working in a festival. So it's their stage, they stage manage, they technical produce it. So every element that's involved, you know, artist liaison, accreditation. And I'm really, really so proud that these kids are able to find something that they want to do for the rest of their life. When I was a kid, when I was a young person, I had an extreme tragedy in my life. My brother, and I'm only saying this not to be all dramatic or anything, but my brother was murdered, and my young 12, 13, 14, 15, 16-year-old girl was in a sea of tragedy. And I know that things affect so many young people, and it's not as dramatic as that sometimes, but with all the issues that are around now, everybody needs a helping hand and to have some confidence built, because you can come out of that kind of thing and take strength from it, and you can find a way, but people have to give you that opportunity. And I like to think that in a small way, if I can, I will help anyone I can to gain that confidence to override any horrible tragedies or mental health problems or anything that comes into their world, and find the real them that's there, because there's some real good things going on inside of everyone. You know, you just need to be given the chance.
So that's a great thing, that you can bring people from a background that might not think, and this is the problem I have, the real problem I have, and I think it's with any industry, but this is the industry we all care about, is that there might be somebody there, sitting there thinking, I'd like to get involved in that, but it's not for me because I'm gay, female, black, whatever, you know, and and that shuts off a huge pool of talent. Even if you just, you know, if you're talking about women, that's half the population that might think that this isn't for me because I'm female. And that's a tragedy in itself, because we need good people, and those good people, well, who knows who they are?
Do you know, I actually think, I agree with you, by the way, but I do think we are doing a better job of it now than we were 5 years ago. Now, being completely honest, I don't book the artists for Partlife or Warehouse Project. It's Sam and Rich, my business partners, but probably 6-7 years ago, we'd sit down and it's like, who's going to sell the most tickets? That's who we're going to book. You don't, it's times have changed now. And I think, I'm not going to mention them, but there was that one event in London where there was a big lineup. And actually, when you took all the male artists off, there was one female name probably about 6 lines down. And that was a real shock to the whole of the events industry. Why aren't we seeing this? So now, it's not a case of who sells the most tickets. You look at the top 2 lines, it's, okay, you've got to have an equal 50-50 balance on this. And I think, I don't know if you agree or disagree, I think we are doing a better job of it. We're not doing a perfect job, we're a long way off, but we're much better than we used to be.
Nadu, my hero, I've only met you about 15 minutes ago, but good grief. I mean, you know, what you put in to get something out of the industry is like, it's amazing. But then you get to thinking, well, let's have a look at how I can help people get into the industry. Talk to me about the Association of Black Event Professionals.
I will, but before I do, I want to do my own selfish plug about those routes of providing access into the industry. So at 1:30, I have a masterclass, which is our 10 Steps masterclass, which is happening downstairs in the basement. And that is I know we're running behind my colleagues there, but that is our way of introducing people into working with us. So we do a lot of international events and events predominantly in London, but we're also partnered with Event Horizon, who are based up here. So if you come to our masterclass, that is the first entrance of being on our books and being able to be considered for events around the world. So we've taken students to Ghana, we've taken students to Portugal, to the US of A. So please come and see us to be able to take your own first steps.
I'll be sat at the front.
And then, yes, with the Association of Black Event Professionals, I mean, this came about after the murder of George Floyd and there being, no real representation. My company, The Zoo, did a report and looked at racial disparity across UK event trade associations. And there was not one black person in position. And so for me, I wanted to be able to be the person that other people can see in the industry. Oh, there's someone that looks like me here. Like you said, having that diversity. And you're right, we have come a long way in the last 5-7 years and still have a long way to go. But it's all about everyone here doing their part to be able to open the industry up to more and more people. So yes, we are at the back there. If you would like to go and speak to any of my co-founders and colleagues, come and have a conversation about what diversity looks for you and how we can support and be a visual for Black event professionals.
Yeah, I remember in a previous life that I was living until about 2 years ago, I sat on a lot of committees, and I was sat on a board for the live music industry. It was there around a table, and we were talking about diversity. And I said, yeah, okay, how is this table full of middle-aged white men going to deal with diversity in the music industry? And we looked at each other, and it was almost comical if it wasn't so serious. But that did get people focused, and I think the focus is there. Because, like I say, the only thing I can do, or we can be as an ally, but what we can also do is notice that we are missing out on some really, really good people.
But I think it's important, like Sasha said, everyone here has their own legacy and everyone has to fly their own flag and be able to support equally. So I'm definitely going to be speaking to you guys afterwards to see how we can get some of our young people and volunteers working on projects with you, and I encourage you to see how we can all support, because everyone's got their own agenda, but how can we all plug in and support each other?
Yeah, it's interesting that, especially with Sasha and Jill, you know, your events, your product is in a place. So I'd love to work for the Warehouse Project. I know it's in Manchester, it takes place in Manchester, Parklife is in Manchester, I can be there, it's not a moving target. I know that Black Deer is down there in Kent. If I want to work there, I have to be there. And if I'll look up the address if I want to work in the office, that's fine. Wolfie, touring, it's a moving target. You know, do you have to kind of like run along a train and just jump on board? It's where do you get that start?
Not really. You can kind of work for anyone anywhere. That's the point. Like with Blossoms, we've got people from working all over the UK come up to Stockport. It's usually the opposite. You feel like everyone has to go down to London, but that's not the case anymore. So much stuff up here. So yeah, we've got crew in London, crew in Brighton. Our old guitar tech was from Aberdeen, so it's literally one end of the country to the other. Touring's so open, and there's so many positions available, especially now post-COVID. Like everyone's been on tour again, you know.
But is there? I guess you know you were working in a venue in Stockport, and it's almost if the work comes to you, and then somehow you get hit over the head, and you wake up on a tour bus, and suddenly you're a tour manager.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's one way. That's one way in of doing it. But you know, I'm the same. I didn't go to uni or anything like that. So those people who are going to uni will get a better idea of how to get these opportunities and that. So yeah, like I say, it's almost like a circus. You know what I mean? So it's like you say, it passes through town, you jump on.
So
yeah,
you kind of like have to put yourself in the mix
Yeah.
anyway. What I'm seeing is a
Yeah,
bunch
definitely.
of people who have just put themselves in the mix. And kind of like spilled out the top of the big mixing apparatus and found themselves an opportunity.
So the advice I always give is the one thing that everybody in this audience has against, well, certainly me, can't speak for anyone else, is age. And when you're starting off, whether you're 18, 19, 20, 21, you throw yourself into it, what is the worst that can happen? Because there's a good chance at that age, not for everyone, but there's a good chance you haven't got a mortgage. There's a good chance you haven't got the responsibility of kids. Some people have, but majority don't at that age. So if it doesn't work, well, fine, just start again. You know, I make mistakes on a weekly, if not daily basis. I'm not proud of them. I never get anything, don't laugh, I never get everything right. But the people that succeed, and we've all made mistakes, are the ones that learn from those mistakes and don't make them again and move on. So anybody that is thinking about getting into this industry, throw yourself into it. If it doesn't work, brush yourself down and crack on again.
I do remember, and we've spoken a lot about university routes, and I guess you can be proud that you didn't go to uni and you've got where you are today without it. But the fact of the matter is that was then. And now there are so many people who are giving of their experience to create those university courses that actually do give you the knowledge, and the better ones give you the experience. But I remember maybe 15, 20 years ago, standing in a college in Newcastle that had a brand new production facility, and they were teaching production skills. But the guy who was running that course, the head of the course, said, there are two types of students here. There are the students that leave, and on a Saturday, they go and work in town behind a bar and earn some money, or there are the ones that on a Saturday go over there to the Newcastle Arena, and we've got a crew company that goes and loads the boxes in and out, and they go and help out there, and then they get some paid work. And the problem we have is those people that go over there don't finish the course, because the good ones get picked up and taken off, and they're working, and then we can't get our government funding for their course. So it caused a bit of a financial problem for the college, but that was a link they actively made to industry to get people in there. And do you get people? Do you have people that sort of come to you that say, right, I've now got a degree in this? And how do you manage expectations? Jill, Sasha?
How do we manage expectations of people that want to get into the industry? And
Will walk out of a university with a degree in production or a degree in event management?
I think the reality is it's all about the person you are, whether you've been to university or not. University obviously helps that you've got some great qualifications. So in no way am I knocking anyone that goes to university. But also, I think if you don't go to university and you've got ambition to do something with your life, you're equally, this is just in my world, you're equally as important as somebody who has been to university. It's about who you are and your passion that you show and what skill sets you've learned as a person. You know, I think you kind of, if you're a have-a-go person, have a go, like Sasha said, you know, like just give it a chance. You've got nothing to lose. I find that when people badger me for things, it's such a busy world that we're in. Honestly, it's so busy, and we all have to forgive ourselves for not being as good as what we could be at helping young people and recruiting young people, because I think we all need to do more. But the people that push themselves that little bit more tend to get noticed. So even if you're really shy and you think, oh God, I could never do that in a million years, somehow or other, do it in a way, just make yourself get noticed. And I think and throw yourself into helping. I love someone who's very quiet, that's busily working. I notice that. If I'm working on my festival or anywhere and I see someone who's just diligently getting on, I really love that. So commitment, I think, is what you've got to show in order to be noticed.
Do you find people coming through? I mean, your side of the events industry is, you know, you can get into the corporate event side and working with, you know, companies and taking them overseas.
Jesus, no, I hate corporate events.
Okay then. But the opportunities that you create for people, do you get people coming from a university degree course and thinking they're in a place where they're not quite yet?
Yeah. There is a balance, and there is no right or wrong answer, because it is the individual, it is your experience. Everyone, I think, has their own map of the world, so to speak, that your experiences in life contribute in so many different ways. And when people come through our doors, I always look at them as them presenting who they are right in front of me. It doesn't matter if you've done 3 years, that's great, I did a degree. At some point, I also realized it was also about the experience. So I think it's good to just collate all of your experience together, and even if you're coming to the table with nothing, to just be open to learning. And I think that's what you said, you're always learning, because then you're going to be a sponge and you're going to absorb and you're going to be open to bring in, you know, this next generation. They have different answers that we don't have. So teach us so we can, you know, impart, give you the knowledge we have from our experience where we've had failed attempts, but also what are the challenges you face that we can help implement with the infrastructure we have.
Fantastic. And I guess all four of you, and you know, when you start your roles, and you know, Sasha, you started from that promoting a nightclub night, and obviously you then have to flyer, you have to promote it, you have to get people there. That's how you make your money. As your careers or your businesses have developed, have roles appeared that you thought, oh my God, I didn't have to do that 20 years ago. I didn't have to, you know. I'm just thinking social media, and I'm thinking that all the marketing channels that you have, that there are roles that exist in other businesses, but they exist in your business with a live events angle.
Well, certainly on the social media thing, I mean, that's changed dramatically. When I started off, I was up 3, 4 in the morning, putting up posters, hiding from the police on empty shop windows, things like that. That doesn't happen now. You know, there was no such thing as Twitter. We were talking about this before we came on. Social media can be a nasty, nasty place at times, but it's needed. You know, Instagram, TikTok, it's all needed to promote the events. If you ever see a poster now for the Warehouse Project, I can guarantee that means that event is absolutely screwed. And we're not selling any tickets, so we're like trying everything desperately, because it's all on social media.
Honestly, I had to travel up to Manchester to actually go to Freight Island, where we were holding the Festival Awards last year, and it was on a day, the Warehouse Project. I think it was one of your first nights back, start of the season, and Birmingham, the train just filled up with people who were queuing for the toilets to go and get ready. They were coming straight out of work and coming out, and everybody, by the time we got from Birmingham to Manchester, everybody in the train was like, Warehouse Project ready, and just about to check into their Airbnb and go and party. So I think, yeah, you've got a bit of a tribe now. I think they were talking about tribe on an earlier panel, and it's you can only put posters up in Manchester, but you can put socials up around the world.
No, we've actually got some. You're going to hate me now. We've got an amazing campaign that I'm really looking forward to at the end of this month. We've got billboards going up in London that said Londoners, if you need fun, and it's a direction to Manchester. I love doing stuff like that.
What is it?
I'm going to direct them back to Kent.
Yeah. The South got all the money, Manchester got all the fun.
Did you see?
Yeah.
But I did an interview back in November. I made a tongue-in-cheek comment. Hadn't even really thought it out properly, and all I said was, the South had all the money, the North made all the fun. That was it. Didn't think anything of it. And then this local artist has now made prints of it, made tote bags of it, made coasters for coffee tables of it. And I wish I'd trademarked it. She's making a bloody fortune. And
so there you have it. There's another opportunity in the events industry that it hasn't been spotted yet. But if you are a trademark lawyer and you want to specialise in off-the-cuff comments, you're there. So somebody else is making money off your witticism. But that's it. So Wolfie, touring though, it seems to be it's the same old. When you're looking at the backstage, the support opportunities there, it is sound, light, video, tour manager, production assistant if the production manager can't do their job properly, wants some support. And it also seems to me, I mean, talking about your role as tour manager, I've always looked at that and thought, in a world full of people that do what they do because they don't want to grow up, there has to be a grown-up, and that's the tour manager. I mean, what are you dealing with on a day-to-day basis?
It really depends on what band you're working with. It's like, I can say Blossoms are switched on, and they don't take much babysitting, and maybe they did in the early days, but there's other bands you work with, and it's like, how did you get dressed this morning? But yeah, I know what you mean. But yeah, it's more the crew that can be like that, I suppose, as well. So
you've got to marshal. You've got to
marshal
everybody.
There is a bit of babysitting. Now I'm talking about it and thinking about it, yeah. But it's also like a family, though. I hate that. I'm cringing at saying it out loud. Oh, it's like a family, but it is, and everyone looks after each other. It's not just. It's not like a pyramid. It's like a flat landscape kind of thing, and everyone's there to do the roles. Everyone's as important as everyone else, so there's no sticking out at any point. Yeah, all right, I'm in charge kind of thing, but I'm not shouting from the rooftops and demanding people do this, that, and the other. You know what I mean? It's a nice atmosphere to work in.
Do you know, Wolf has touched on something there that's really important, and we've not sat and had a conversation about this, but I guarantee you our paths will cross somewhere. And in this sector, we are all connected, and when we have to, we do come together and look after each other. And I don't want to make it political, but during the whole COVID period, when a lot of the people that work in this industry were completely forgotten by the government, the 3.8 million people that we rebranded as excluded, everybody came together and started to support each other. And I can't think of any other sectors like that. We do pull together, we do support each other, and you're right, it is like a family atmosphere.
I think that's it. When when it did happen, I mean, I was working in an organisation that looked after crew, and you know, we had to step up a lot, and I got 2 emails. One was from a band's agent. You know, they're the people who sell the band to a promoter or to a festival. They're the people who book it, and they just said, we've got a lot of our bands that are thinking about the crew and want to help them out. How do we do that? And we ran a charity at the time, so we were able to funnel all the money. And, you know, bands coughed up to the tune of about getting on for 2 million quid that they gave to us and we distributed to crew. And they didn't have to do that, and we didn't really have to ask them. You know, I was getting rock stars phone me up saying, where do I send the check? Which was a bit kind of like, yeah, you know, fanboy moment every day. But that was what we really felt, that, you know, as an industry, you think it's disparate, you think it's changed. It's the band and it's the support people and it's all separate. But everybody has to look after each other, I guess. And I suppose on a tour as well, there's more understanding now of the pressures that people might feel just being away from home. I mean, have you experienced that where somebody else has had an issue back at home that they can't deal with because they can't be there?
Yeah. I mean, I think if you're on the road all the time, these things are going to happen. You know, I've been on the road and lost family members, and I've been the other side of the world, or you know, wherever, and there's nothing you can do about it. You know, there's those times. But again, like you say, with people around, good people around you, it don't make it better, but it makes it easier. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, and I think that's the thing, like what Sash was saying about getting stuck in and giving it a go and stuff. You might get into it and you might think, oh, this isn't for me. You know, I've not been home for 3 weeks, and you know, I miss people and stuff. There's so many roles in the music industry, so don't give up at that point, because there'll be something home-based that you could do. You know, I think that's the thing about this industry. There's so many jobs, and there's something out there for everyone.
Yeah, and obviously it's good that there's a place where you can actually discover those other jobs and the skills that we need, because, you know, like I say, a marketing professional is a marketing professional, but a marketing professional with a bit of a passion for live music or live events is gold dust to us. It's not just an opportunity for them, it's actually an opportunity for us to take on skills.
Andy, sorry, I just think it's a bloody shame that on our TV networks or Netflix, it's not highlighting how much work goes into all these individual areas that we all work in. So young people are like, you're not aware of all the jobs available because no one ever exposes it. All you ever see is shitty old Fire Festival or really big disaster stuff that everyone goes, oh my God. But the reality is there's a lot of amazing people all working together as a team who are bloody brilliant, who make your day, who you enjoy being with. None of that's shown, and if the government could do anything, they should fund some real documentaries that look behind the scenes to see what opportunities are out there for all you guys. And I think that would open up a whole new wealth of young people coming into our industry, which we badly need, by the way. Because if we are to continue to grow and continue to be the brilliant industry we are, we need you guys. But you need to know these jobs exist, and this is brilliant. But we need to open it up much bigger than this. We need to open it up to the whole bloody country.
No, that's a good point. So when Parklife's taking place that weekend, there's 80,000 kids enjoying themselves in the perimeter. The stages don't appear by themselves, or you know, canteens, literally a hospital on site. There's 4,500 people that work behind the scenes during that weekend. And you're right, that's never spoken about.
When have you last seen anything that really properly shows the work, the camaraderie, the fun, the pleasure of watching something you've had a small part of, watching all these people coming and enjoying it? It's like that is a drug to watch that, and that's
Jill,
why people stay with it.
You hit the nail on the head. You're building a city, you know, and if you imagine what is in your average city, you know, the city needs a hospital, it needs its police, it needs its fire department, it needs roads, it needs traffic management, it needs traffic lights building, And that's before you've even got an act anywhere near the stage, which in itself needs designing and drawing and building. That stage is it's your shopping centre, it's your tower block, it's your entertainment centre, and you are building a city that is focused predominantly on nightlife and all the jobs that go around that. And that's, you know, if you just imagine that, you can have a small part in that. You know, Event Traffic Control, a company that got involved in the Festival Awards this year. You know, they have to take car parking technology and make it so it can be put up and taken away. You know, all the barriers that are in the car parks around this building, they're there for years. These things have to appear, so they have to be designed to do that. And that's just the car park where you leave your vehicle for the weekend before you go to the festival. I want to talk about now, and I want to start with Jill. And imagine that oh my God moment, the pinch me moment, where you sit there and think, I cannot believe that I am a part of this. I can't believe that this is happening. Whether it's an act you've got on your stage or just a view you've had of an event. Have you got any of those moments that stand out where you just think, oh Lordy?
I've actually got quite a few, but I won't bore you with them all. But one that was particularly sort of career-defining, really, was I was festival director for a festival called the Hop Farm Festival for 5 years. And on the 4th year, there was a phone call, and they asked, the agent had Prince, never done a festival in his whole life in the UK, and was up for grabs. And the promoter I worked with, who his name was Vince Power, he is called Vince Power, he decided to bid. We got Prince, and I can't begin to tell you what that felt like. And when he played on that stage, it was the most unbelievable thing in the world. And what I did, I could have been anywhere. I was the festival director. I could have been anywhere, standing beside him on the stage. But what I did is I had my little coat on, and I walked to the back of the arena, and I watched Purple Rain being played, and this ticker tape coming down, and all these people just watching this magician on stage. And I have to say, I'd done proper crying. I was crying all on my own with my little jacket around me, and that was one of my defining moments.
Okay, so with apologies to the other three of you,
I'm gonna follow that.
Sasha, follow that.
So I think I still suffer really badly from imposter syndrome. Like, really, every day is like someone's going to knock on the door, because that shouldn't be. You know, growing up in Manchester, I was into Manchester music, obsessed with the Smiths. Johnny Marr's now my next door neighbour. Like, how I got there, I have no idea. So I think myself, Sam and Rich have always thought we're kind of fluking this, and every year's like we've fluked another year, we've done it. I think the moment where we thought, actually, we've got something here now, they probably can't take it away from us, was at Park Life, and it was when Snoop Dogg had just walked on stage. I think that was a moment that there's like, all right, Park Life's here to stay.
And you've got a craftsman.
Not as good as Prince.
Yeah, but still a master craftsman on stage. Your pinch me moment.
Oh, I don't know. It's funny because at one point in my career, I remember I'd never been to a festival. And I had the opportunity to go to my first festival, Glastonbury, and was on the Pyramid stage. And I remember looking out and being like, oh my God, like my first festival. And I was like, from here on, this is it. Like, you know, the world is my oyster. And I think my pinch me moment was definitely traveling to Ghana to do one of our first festivals. So I don't actually do festivals in the UK, which is really weird. They're predominantly abroad. And so learning new cultures, meeting new people, and having to integrate. And I remember just 2 weeks on the ground, which you know is nothing from a festival director perspective, to have everything you've worked towards to come to fruition. And just being on stage and see everything come together. So you stand back and just look at people enjoying what you've worked tirelessly for. And I remember the next day, I just cried. I just cried and I sobbed, and I have the recording of me crying because it was just, my best friend was with me, like, oh my God, like what? And I was just like, we did it. Like, all these people experienced tireless nights. You have no idea that we've never slept. People in our families been going through stuff, but to see the look on people's faces when they've experienced, and this is, you know, lifetime opportunities for people, I was like, we did that. We did that.
Cool. So it's just delivering what you set out to deliver. That's the moment. Wolfie.
There's been tons of like pinch me moments. There's a lot with, you know, you'll know like backstage at festivals, the shoulders you sometimes rub with. You know, I've been lucky enough to meet all of my heroes and they've all been great. But there's little like things that, not so much pinch me, but like, it's like a privilege to be there when things happen. So there's like every night when the band are side of stage and the lights go down and the crowd go, ooh, you know, that every single night makes the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. And that's like a bit of a pinch me moment because I get to do that every single night. And then, yeah, looking out at festival crowds and arena crowds and stuff like that,
I don't think Wolfie knows this yet, but 29th of July, but Blossoms are headlining Kendal Calling, aren't they?
Yes.
And I've got to pick up Andy Burnham, drive him up there onto the stage. He's got to walk them out.
Oh, is it? Right, okay.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
Introduce them as the best band from Greater Manchester.
We'll do a convoy. I'm probably going up that afternoon as well, so that'll be cool. I suffer terribly from imposter syndrome, like now, you know, because I get to sit on a stage and talk to people who've made a real go and a real career and a real success out of an industry that I love to operate on the periphery of. And yeah, I still wake up. I have dreams where I haven't revised for my maths A level, even though I never did it. You know, it's the same thing. But I get to talk to you, but there are going to be questions from the audience, we hope, and we've got a couple of minutes left. So if I can see through this haze and mist, if anybody's got a question, and if anybody's got a microphone for anybody who's got a question. Right then, you're the kind of crowd that are going to tap on the shoulder of these people afterwards and ask them the question that you think is a stupid question, because you too suffer from imposter syndrome. I think we all wonder how we got here at one point, but I hope you've got an understanding of how these people got here, how you generally create your own opportunity. And I think the best advice I would take away from this is put yourself in the middle of it, get in the mix, no matter whether you're looking to do it, learning how to do it in higher education or further education. With everything you do, you have to be in there from the first opportunity, and from the first opportunity you get it, and out of that will come opportunities that may well lead to something quite special and some pinch me moments. Thank you very much to the whole panel. Please show your appreciation of the panel. Hope you take something away from this.
Hello and welcome back to New Century in Manchester. It's absolutely packed here. So many great opportunities. We've had amazing panels upstairs, downstairs, everywhere, and so many great exhibitors to see as well. So do make sure you come and check out our next event, and also make sure you check out that brand new jobs board on the Production Futures website. But right now, it's time to talk to another one of our amazing exhibitors. Thank you very much for joining us. So can you tell us a little bit about what it is that VME does?
So VME, we are, in essence, originally a live events AV company. We do everything from your small scale festivals all the way up to your large scale events. So we mainly specialise in audio and screen. So everything that's been boxing related this last 12 months, it's gone crazy. We've done all front of house and screen on that. Recently been acknowledged by MLA as well as one of their largest stockholders in the UK of that. But yeah, everything from broadcast to your live event, we cover it.
And is that a case of literally you're at a huge event, Tyson Fury's fighting Alexander Usyk, if it ever happens, whatever, and it's literally a case of how do people see what's happening if they're in a 100,000 seat venue, for example?
Yeah, so we'll put your classic, all the way from your classic walkway of Tyson Fury arriving onto the stage. He's surrounded by that screen. He'll have his walk down and then they'll pan out and they'll see the crowd with the ring and that screen above the top of him. We'll provide all that.
And what kind of conversations are you having here with people today? Is it people who kind of are interested in coming to work with you guys, getting into the industry?
We've had a bit of everything. We've had a lot of freelancers come over, ask questions about our CalRec that we've got on offer. It's one of our main broadcast desks that we use. But also just a general question and just wondering what we do. It's just really nice and how they need to get into the industry.
I've got a bit of it's a bit of a meta question this. So say I'm somebody here today who wants to work with you guys, maybe I'm at school, at college, at university. What should I be doing to make myself more employable, or what skills should I be working on right now?
That's a tough one. I mean, it depends on how you learn. For me, I went off, did my university and everything, and found that wasn't the right path for me to get into the industry, because there wasn't the opportunities that are here today for me to get into that. So what I did, I went off freelance, went off on my own. A couple of good friends of mine that had little companies, and I just got to know them, did a little bit of crewing here and there, and then next thing you get talking to people and word of mouth gets around knowing that you're good at what you do, you're hard working, and you want to develop your skills and go forth in the industry.
I think it's very good advice, to be honest. And what should people do if they're interested in working with you guys?
If they're interested in working with us, today we've got our QR codes for following us on LinkedIn. We've got both Euro Generators and VME on there. So Euro Generators being our sister company that provides power up and down the country on any sort of event. But also there's QR code on there for a contact us form. So they can literally scan that, fill in a form, and it sends an email to our offices with a bit of information about yourselves.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Really good to meet you. Apologies for my sweaty hand. I just realised. So, thank you so much. It's just an example of some of the great exhibitors that we have here today. And let's talk to some more. So we got the guys from Unity Radio here as well. Woo! Yeah, see, there we go. So that's the level of excitement we want. Everybody else stony-faced, and you're just straight in. So tell us, what is it that Unity Radio does, what it is you guys are doing here today?
Yeah, sure. So Unity Radio, we're a radio station first and foremost. We started around about over 20 years ago now as a pirate radio station in Manchester, because that we felt that there was a need to play kind of more of the underground music that was coming from our great city. So we kind of focused on broadcasting some amazing musicians, DJs, producers in the area, and we've just been really, really lucky that we've kind of grew from there, really. So we ended up moving into a couple of buildings, different kind of going from pirate to internet radio, then to FM radio. Now we're on DAB as well as FM. We're really lucky at the moment that we're based in the heart of Media City in the same building as the BBC. So to come from a pirate days, kind of scaling buildings and attaching aerials to now being next to.
Did you guys do all that stuff?
Oh yeah, that was us. That was us fully. Like some things we won't talk about, but yeah, it was good fun. It was great fun back in those days, and it was kind of that DIY culture, do it yourself. And then we just kind of kept progressing, and luckily enough it enabled us to be in a position where we could start to give back to our community then and start to bring other people in and give other people opportunities, the same as we were given opportunities way back when. So what this kind of naturally developed into was building our own educational establishment within our Unity Radio as well. So we now have the New Talent Academy. So what we do is we take students on from all over Manchester, we train them with nationally recognised qualifications in radio production, music technology, preparing to work in the film and TV industry. But what we like to do is we like to give them a real kind of real life learning experience. So rather than sitting in a classroom and kind of learning the theory and then going, we say, okay, you want to learn radio production? Okay, let's put you in a radio studio where you're broadcasting live now. Like day one of the course, we put them in the studio and get them broadcasting. So we think it has like this real kind of element of the course that gives them that on-the-job training from the get-go. Really.
But that's amazing, isn't it? Because when I was starting out, like, there was nothing like this, and I had to volunteer at my local hospital, do hospital radio. When I was like, oh, I need to edit this into show reels and demos and stuff, I taught myself how to use Audacity. And you're right there now with all these amazing resources. What's the kind of reaction from people who come on your courses?
So we kind of have mixed reactions from the students that come on. Some students are really kind of up for the challenge straight away, and they're like, right, yeah, throw me in the deep end, I'm going to start broadcasting, let me interview this person, let me play some music. And others tend to have a little bit more of a reserved kind of outlook with it, and I suppose that's in, they may not feel as if they're prepared or ready to kind of take on a particular role within the media industry in that sense. But we kind of show them that, look, if you can come and do this, you've got this, come in, it doesn't matter, you make a mistake on air, so what, so do we all the time, everybody does. So come on, get your real life on the job training, at the same time gain your qualifications. And then what we do is now, especially for like our radio production course, when a group of students finish the course with us, instead of saying, okay, brilliant, fantastic, you got your qualification, see ya, we have a radio station. So we said, okay, well, let's give you a show now. So now you've got your own show on the station as a group of students, and that allows us to invite external companies on air to talk about what they do. I mean, this is why we're here at kind of DBS Institute with Access Creative College today at this Production Futures event, because DBS Institute came in, they talk about the courses that they do to our 60,000 listeners, so we can help promote everybody else's courses. And at the same time then, students that have completed our course are kind of looking at their next opportunity on that same radio show as well. So it works really, really well. And then on top of that as well, we also have our Manchester Hip Hop Archive. So we were really lucky that we was accepted a kind of funding bid from the National Heritage Foundation and the Lottery Foundation. And we've built an archive spanning the past 40 years of hip hop history in Manchester. So all the newer artists, such as your H's, your Meeks, your Tundes, like these guys can come through and see kind of who paved the way for them originally. So we're kind of looking at the whole music industry, the Manchester hip hop industry, Manchester hip hop culture and community, as well as education and broadcasting, and as well, Joe, having loads of fun with it along the way. Like, I can't lie.
That's the main thing about working on the radio. Being live on the radio, there's nothing more fun. Being in a room, mucking around with your mates. I mean, that is the best thing in the world. Also, you guys are creating kind of, I suppose, a cultural legacy for the city as well, so I think you should be very proud of that. Where should people find out more about Unity Radio?
So you can always head over to our social medias. Our website is www.unityradio.fm, or we're on Twitter, Instagram, TikTok at Unity Radio FM. All our information goes up on the sites there, and if anybody wants to come and get involved, come on, send us a message and someone will be in touch and we'll get you in 100%. We like to work with as many people in the community as possible, whether you want to do loads or whether you want to do a little bit, our door's open.
Amazing. And speaking of getting involved, I'm about to jump on and chat to the guys from Unity Radio right now. Don't forget to stick with us because there's more great stuff coming up on the live stream.
Good afternoon, Manchester. Thank you. I always feel a bit like a rock star now. Yeah. Okay, so I'm Shauna. I'm the Outreach and Events Officer at what is actually today launched as the Academy of Live Technology, which was formerly Backstage Academy. We are situated on a really cool site called Production Park. And these little people at the side of me here represent the community of what we are at Production Park. So obviously I fall under the educational realm of the Academy of Live Technology, which is an educational institute that offers degree courses in live events. So that covers everything from lighting, sound, visuals, stage and production management, right through to creating digital content for immersive and interactive experiences. So yeah, I represent the education side. I'm going to throw you over to my lovely colleague here, who can introduce...
Good. It is afternoon, isn't it? Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sam Wilkinson. I'm Sales and Business Development Manager at Production Park in Wakefield, West Yorkshire. And I was just sitting here thinking, I'm normally on the other side of these things, either stage managing or running about or whatever. And I'm always really judgy of people and their mic techniques.
No
and it's
pressure.
made me really self-conscious that is my mic technique going to be okay? Or am I just going to be doing things down here and it's going to be feeding back lots? Or is it going to be okay? So if it gets rubbish, please let me know.
Cool. Okay. Thanks, Sam.
I'm Maisie. I am from Forwall. I'm Assistant Technical Manager and I look after the space on Production Park. We have a demo and previs space and it's basically my role to look after that space and book people in.
And I'm Nicole. I'm an Associate Project Manager at Tate, also based on Production Park. Within my role, we take projects from bidding to delivery. And at Tate, we're specialists in design, engineering, and manufacturing, staging, automation, and scenic for the live events industry.
Cool. So Production Park is a community of studios, talent, and education. And a lot of us, as everyone in here in this room, has got a different avenue of how we got into live events. So we want to shout about that because we feel that there's a lot of missed opportunities for young people to understand what careers are out there, especially within the live event sector. And what's really nice is each of us here have a very different background. So we kind of just want to tell you about that. So, Sam, would you like to tell us about your career?
My career as a failed bass player.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, just to reiterate what Shauna says, I think there's a massive shortage of awareness in the sheer scale of careers available in the live events industry, and hopefully some of you today have found out what they might be and how they might sit with your future plans. But for me, I was a spotty teenager trying to play the bass and be in rock and roll bands in Lincolnshire. There's not a lot going on there if you don't grow turnips and cabbages. I moved away from there at 18 to a music college, I guess kind of similar to the setup in the basement here. Quickly sort of realised that I didn't want to be a music performer. I found a natural progression into working backstage and making the show happen as opposed to being on the stage. From there, I went into tour production. I found a little company based in Putney in West London after being made redundant from Woolworths. I guess maybe some people here are too young to remember Woolworths, rest in peace. Started working there, advancing shows, booking hotels, looking after logistics, everything basically that a tour manager might do in advance of the show happening, then giving that to the tour manager. Off they go out on the road with the information that we put together. I then accidentally became the tour manager myself. From there, went around the world a few times with a few exciting bands. And then the company that I was working for at the time became part of Production Park as a group of companies, and I moved to Wakefield, and the rest, as they say, is history.
Cool. Just to pick up on, obviously, because you started wanting to do music and going, and then taking a step back and doing the backstage side of things. Was there one specific moment where you kind of went, this is me, this is not, as much as you want to be a rock star, was there a moment where you kind of went, do you know what, actually, backstage is where I want to be?
I'd never really thought of that.
Okay. Curveball.
But I'm going to say it was the first time I ever drove the Works van at the ripe old age of 21 across London. And I was picking up backline for either Mika or Alphabeat. I want to say Mika from the iTunes Festival at the Roundhouse in Camden. And that was my first sort of proper exposure to a big, I don't say the Roundhouse, but sort of 3,000 capacity venue. And just seeing everything going on back there and thinking, all right, this is pretty cool. The van was terrible, but the gig and everything going on, the backstage compound and everyone being there from TV to all the production team to all the artists. Yeah, so there you go. That's my answer.
Cool.
Yeah.
So, Maisie, you were a student at Backstage Academy, which is now obviously the Academy of Live Technology. What's your journey, obviously? How did you get to where you are now?
So basically, I'm originally from Cornwall, and I did a production arts course there. So that's basically a course where I did lighting, sound, and video. And when I got to my second year, that's when I made the decision that I wanted to go into video primarily. Looked at a few universities, also was looking at a couple of stage management universities, wasn't quite sure. And then Backstage has a really good relationship with my college that I went to, so that's how I found out about them. I then decided that I wanted to do that. I did the live visual design and production course at the Academy, which I think is probably one of the best courses they have. And while I was there and while I was studying, I worked part-time on the park. So I worked for a company called Explore on the park. So I was basically studying and working at the same time. And that, being there and being on the park basically then led me to meet my guys from Forwall, and that's how that relationship that progressed. Then came towards the end of my studies, and then they offered me a job, and as I was leaving uni, that's when they opened the demo space on Production Park, and I was the perfect candidate to kind of go there because I'd already been on the park. And I think that's kind of it, really, yeah.
Well, you know, when you were at college, did you always know you wanted to go in the live events industry? Is that something you were dead set on, or again, was there a key moment where you went, this is really what I want to do?
Yeah, there was. So similarly to Sam, I was a performer. I used to dance. And I basically got to the point of I was performing, doing shows, and I got to about 16, I think it was, and all of a sudden decided that I didn't like performing and I didn't want to perform, but I still wanted to be in that industry and in the live industry. So then that's when I started still being part of the shows, but being more behind the scenes and helping out with my dance teacher and things like that. And then that's when I kind of made the realization that this is where I want to be, and then looked at opportunities from that point on.
Cool. Nicole, obviously you work at Tate as project manager?
Associate
manager, yeah, sorry. Obviously that's a very niche kind of area of working. How did you get to that point? What did you do?
So, sticking with the theme of failed performer, I did a college diploma in musical theatre. And then after that, started trying to pursue university degrees within performance, because that was it was always the avenue that I'd gone down. Did so, did not enjoy it. Was a little bit lost. I actually went to Sheffield University, and it was at that point that I was like, right, it's not for me. This industry is for me, but performance isn't for me. And I hadn't explored anything outside of that. So the stage manager at the university, when I was dropping out, was like, right, I have a position for an LX operator. Let's get you in, see how you feel. And it was at that point that I was like, right, I can pursue this industry and I can enjoy it and I can love it. I just don't need to be on stage and frightened all of the time. So that's
what
sort of how
you thought.
So that's sort of how I got into working backstage. And then obviously I also went to the Academy of Live Technology after I'd done that stint at the uni, because I was like, I was actively searching for opportunities at that point where I could develop so that I could pursue a career in this. And I did a degree in live events production, which was incredibly exciting and is such a varied syllabus, which is what I needed because I had no idea what I was going into. And while studying, got a lot of external and internal opportunities to pursue stage management and production roles. And so that's the path that I continued to pursue through to third year, where I then specialized in business. So with stage management and the practicalities and understanding production, and then having the academic understanding of business, pursued stage management after my studies, and then came back to Tate with sort of the production experience and knowledge that goes into producing a show, but also with the academic backup of what the role requires of you. So that was sort of my journey here.
That's cool. And you've done some really cool stage management jobs as well. I don't know if you want to touch on those kind of areas, because I'm incredibly jealous, because as the theme goes here, my background is theatre. I was theatre director for 10 years of my own theatre company, where I worked with young people to get them through into performing arts and give them professional theatre opportunities. But you kind of have had my dream job of being a stage manager within the West End. So if you want to elaborate on that.
Yeah, I mean, I was Dep Assistant Stage Manager at Life of Pi at the Wyndham's Theatre, which was an incredibly exciting opportunity, and I got almost immediately when I got down to London, which entirely was not through my skill set and entirely through being on Facebook at the right time, on the right channels. But yeah, that was incredibly exciting, and again, I think that's what set me up to pursuing more of a production role, because within the stage management department, you have a lot of ground time with the producers and the production assistants and coordinators, and that really gave me another opportunity to see what else goes into the show apart from the practicalities of being in the wings or on the stage. So yeah.
There's a real buzz about performance and events, whether they're music, theatre, or anything like that. And I think that for me is the hook, the kind of, as you've all mentioned and experienced, it's great being on the stage, but there's a certain point where you go, do I want to carry on and pursue this, but still being in that environment of being around everything that's happening and still having a keyhold in everything that's going on. I think that's a real. You can't bottle that, I don't think. I think it's something that you feel and you experience. Obviously, we all have very varying different backgrounds. Is there any one key piece of advice that you've been given along the way that you feel kind of changed your direction or made it more certain of what you were going to pursue? For example, I remember someone saying to me, if there's no work out there for you, especially in the theatre world, create your own. There's no stopping you doing, being your own creative. So that obviously was a driver for me. Is there anything that you want to share with these lovely young people that you think might inspire their future?
We were just chatting before we came on stage, and this question came up, and I could not think of anything apart from something which I may use in a later answer to another question, not to give too much away. So I'm going to keep it really short and sweet, and this is not creative industry related or anything. It's just a little motto I like to live by, and that is, life's too short for boring socks. So there you go. You can have that one for free.
Cool. That's not what I
I
expected.
promise you
to
it'll be a
say.
tangent.
Amazing. Any words of wisdom?
Unfortunately, it's not as interesting as the boring socks. And it kind of doesn't fall on the same track of it made me think. I think it made me change my career. I think some of the best advice that I've ever been given kind of changed my perspective on kind of how to view like your surrounding areas. And the advice was just like, be mindful about how other people view things, and the fact that you might say something is one way and they will interpret that as something completely different. And I think that was just something that was really interesting, because it allows, as soon as you keep that in your mind, that people have other perspectives and they will view things a lot differently than you will, it makes you think, and it makes you express yourself a lot clearly, or it allows you to view things in certain ways that you wouldn't necessarily expect. And I think for when you're in a creative background, I think that other people's opinions is really, really important, because they might see something completely different to the way you see it. And I think that's a really important thing.
I also think as well on that, there's, as much as that's a positive kind of output, there's also a great misconception of the live events industry and people's opinions of what it is. You know, a lot of people, as we've demonstrated, just think it could also be the performing side of it, but actually it's opening up that whole world of different opportunities. And as you say, changing that perspective, that viewpoint of, is this a credible career to choose? You know, there's often sometimes a grey cloud over the creative industries, and is it a real job? Is it a proper job? I think there's a lot of education in that to change people's perspectives, and by doing something like this, and Production Futures are doing it all the time, opening up those doors and kind of opening that world of everybody's got, you know, it doesn't matter kind of what field you're in, there is a job role and a connection to the industry. So yeah, changing that perception of, is this the path for me, you know? And I suppose as well, I dare say the C word, but the back of COVID, you know, live events was obviously the first, you know, thing to go. People have got that in the forefront of their minds now, choosing their careers. Is this going to happen again? Are we going to be in the same situation? So yeah, no, I really, really get that. Nicole, any words of wisdom that you've been told?
I think the best advice I've been given, and it sounds really morbid when I say it out loud, because it was by a colleague of mine, Alan's, when I was going through a particularly difficult patch. And I was ranting to him, and he said, Nicole, you just need to remember, it will end eventually. And I think that's really applicable to those stressful situations, but also when you're given opportunities and experiences, to remember that what's happening in the moment is a temporary. And so this thing is going to end eventually, and you need to take these opportunities and squeeze them for everything that they have. So meet the people, talk to who you want to talk to, you know, gain as much as you can from those experiences. So yeah, it will end eventually, I think is applicable to so many circumstances. So probably that one.
And you've got two choices. You either run with it or you run away from it, don't you? So yeah, cool. Okay, then to flip that, what advice would you give to anybody who's considering going into a career in the live event sector? I'm going to go back straight to you, because I really want to know what you're going to say about your socks.
Oh no, we're done with socks now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, socks is over. Just make sure you take that away with you. Also, just to point out,
Yeah, Sam's pet peeve is that when there's a panel here, if you're not sat in the same place as your picture, that really bugs Sam, so sorry. Shall we shuffle?
I'm quite over it. I like this order. I think it's quite open. It's nice. You can see everyone. My advice, and I say this to a lot of students because sort of unofficially part of my role is I do a little bit of teaching at the Academy of Live Technology, trying to pass on what little bit of knowledge I've gained over the years onto the next generation. And we always just say to them, just say yes to everything, because you never know where it might lead. We had a student a couple of years ago that we were doing a little student project for a family friend of the business, shall we say, and they were putting on a little dance show for their local dance school during COVID, so it was all socially distanced behind closed doors, etc., etc. And this student stepped up and ran it as if it was sort of a full-blown arena performance, like Lady Gaga was coming, and it was treated it with the absolute utmost respect. And because of that effort they put in there and how they treated it and the amazing job they did, we then took them to South by Southwest in Austin to be the lighting designer in the British Music Embassy. And that was just from saying yes to something that on paper might have sounded a bit tedious, maybe a bit laborious, but where it's led. And now he's, from that, the connections he's made, has been on tour a couple of times, done various projects in Middle East, Europe, and he only graduated 6 months ago. So it's been a real sort of success story. Obviously, it's not just because of that. He worked hard and he's an amazing person to work with, but that sort of brought him to the forefront just by saying yes to that one little random project.
I'm going to use that as a bit of a segue, actually, to speak about the opportunities. We will come back to your advice in a minute, but like to speak of the opportunities that are available through, obviously, as you knew it, Backstage Academy, but the Academy of Live Technology. I think we're really, really, really lucky with our positioning at Production Park that we not only have opportunities to be able to give our students the opportunities to work within the realms of what we have with obviously Tate and Fourwall and Rowe and all the other partners that we've got. But to open up those opportunities, as you said, to be able to send students to Austin, Texas, because of the connections that we have. So yeah, obviously we don't just send them to Texas. We've had students in Saudi Arabia. We've had students in Ibiza, in Denmark for Gron and all those kind of things. As former students yourself, do you think that would you have got those opportunities elsewhere? How has it helped you?
I think because of where the academy is, and it is on this park that is such a community, and there are so many industry partners, I think that really benefits it, because I am fully aware that I wouldn't have not met the right people if I wasn't on site at the right time, working like. I know this is obviously a thing, the COVID, was the majority of my uni times I was in uni all throughout lockdown, which sounds like it might have hindered me, but actually it benefited me, because with that massive boom of virtual production, I then actually got involved with a lot of people on site building the virtual production stages and like that. So there is so much opportunity that's available just by being on that park. So I don't say that being on the park definitely helps. It's like an easier way to get in type of thing, yeah.
Yeah, and I think for myself, going to the academy and not really having an idea of what I wanted to do or pursue, before I even started my first year, like throughout the summer, they were sending emails of, we have this festival and these opportunities available, and we can put you forward through the course. And so I did, and I took some opportunities working at Stand and Calling Festival within accreditation and artist liaison. And so I think that just gives you the confidence to then put yourself forward, because again, I didn't really have anything on my CV at that point of like industry work that I could put myself forward for. And so even before I'd begun my degree, they were giving me those experiences, so that when I started my first year and I saw placements coming up, and you learn like the sites to look at, like arts jobs and whatnot, and I saw things available to myself, I could then pursue them. So I think they give you a great starting point to actually
carry on.
Seek out your own opportunities. Yeah, definitely.
Cool. Just to you mentioned something there that, again, might be a great misconception. Artist liaison, is it literally just picking out the blue M&Ms out of M&Ms if they don't want them?
No, it's it is that. It's a lot of different things, and I think like a lot of companies and organizations, they group artist liaison and accreditation together. And a lot of it is to do with like logistics management, artist people management. There are also dedicated teams within those systems working on riders. So things that the artists have requested and need in their dressing rooms and elsewhere on stage. It's a lot of collaborative working in logistics, I'd say, more so than anything else.
Cool. Okay, that clarifies that then. Just to circle back then to the advice, obviously Sam gave his wonderful advice on saying yes to things. Maisie?
I think if I was to give anybody some advice, it would just be a nice person and to always be open to learning things. Because I think it's very important because you can, I'm a tech, so my main role is when I'm not looking after the unit on Production Park, I'm an LED tech. So I've like been on tour and a couple of things like that. And I think that the main thing that stands out is you can know tech and you can know your software and all that information, but it's much harder to find someone that is nice and that you can get along with. And I think it's like really, really important. Those personal skills are so invaluable that it can get you a lot further than just tech alone. And you can be the most intelligent person in the world, but if people can't share a tour bus with you because don't get on with people, I think it's like, obviously you're not going to get as far as you'd like. So I think it's definitely be a nice person in general and always be open into learning new things.
That's good advice. Nicole?
Yeah, and I think, on the same realm as be open to learning, you don't know what you don't know, and it's okay to accept that and not be frightened of it. And I think previously that has kept me back from taking on different opportunities, is because I was worried that I wouldn't have what they required of me. And I think, even starting my job at Tate, you don't know what you don't know. There are different processes. There's so much more to learn about the industry and your role in general. And it's so important to remain open to learning and to not be difficult and hard on yourself that you don't know the things at the time. Because once you do, you have them and you can use that knowledge to your advantage. So I think, you don't know what you don't know and don't be afraid of what you don't know.
I think that's really good. I think that kind of knocks onto what I would advise is that everyone has a story. Everyone in this room has a different story, especially where they've got to at this point. We've all just demonstrated that here. And it's kind of that don't be afraid to ask. Everybody does things differently as well. And as to touch on what you said, yes, you've been trained in a certain way to be a tech and what have you, but by being kind and nice and speaking to people and being inquisitive and open to learning, you learn new ways. So yeah, definitely ask questions, find out people's stories, find out where they've come from, where they're going, and yeah.
I think that's one of the nice parts about coming to a campus like Production Park and going to the Academy of Live Technology is that sort of 3 years of your university career is the place to make mistakes. And you can do it in a safe environment where people aren't going to point and laugh or whatever, not that they should, but they will help you and help you find the way to do it correctly or help you when you're struggling.
I also think as well, there's so much, I know I put pressure on myself to make sure everything's perfect, but we live in a real world. Things happen, especially in live events, anything could happen at any moment in time. I think just knowing that it doesn't have to be 100% right the first time, and like you said, using platforms and things like that, like university, to make those mistakes, but still be around people that you can get advice from and things like that. Cool.
We have a subsidiary group. I'm sure you've met employees of the Better Than It Was Productions. which is a nice sort of benchmark. If things are really going against it, you know you've always got, well, it's better than it was.
Yeah.
And you know you've done something at least,
Absolutely.
just to make it a little bit better than it was.
Yeah. And obviously, if things do go wrong, it's a learning experience for the next time we learn and we move. Cool. So this is, I wouldn't be able to put a factor on this one, but could you tell us what a day in the life of your career is? I always say, like, no 2 days are the same at Production Park because they literally are not. But as in a little nutshell, what is a day in the life of Sam Wilkinson, apart from picking out the craziest socks?
Well, that takes up at least an hour and a half. So I set my alarm for about 4:30, go through the sock collection, just sort of see what I'm feeling based on mood and emotion for that day. Walk the dog, then probably change the socks again because they've got wet or something. Day to day, no, my role is essentially, so on Production Park, we have several large studio spaces, primarily for arena production rehearsals. So a lot of my time is spent filling those spaces, essentially. Make it sound so easy on paper. And then, obviously, once they're in, it's looking after the client, making sure they've got everything they need, working with our partner companies on site, Tate especially, and 4Wall, especially if the client in the studio are using a Tate stage. We're always knocking on the door of assets to borrow things or rent things, I should say. But I think for me, like the day-to-day, obviously, yes, there is a job to do, but the campus has grown. So I've been on site up there now about 7 years, and from where we've gone, not as a small operation by any stretch, but to where we are now with 2 huge studios, a brand new sort of bar and student union area, loads of dedicated teaching facilities. I think that's the day-to-day is just trying to enjoy what we've all achieved over the last few years, and shouting about it and bringing more people to the park and welcoming students, clients, new businesses to the family.
So this question is quite difficult for me to answer because I have the 50-50. So I'm 50% on the park and then 50% wherever 4Wall needs me. So 4Wall, for you guys who don't know, is a video and lighting company where we hire out equipment, but also we do full-on production. So in the unit, my role is very similar to Sam's, where I look after and try and fill the space. I'm also the space tech, so anything that needs help or needs, like when we have new video wall, I will put that up. And then this is where my role really flips, and when I'm actually on site and doing jobs like festivals and concerts, my day is very much like you wake up. For example, if I just take when I've just done the tour that I've just come off of, my day was wake up, build the video wall, set up my server. Then when doors opened for the gig, I would then do all the supporting acts, and my main role for that tour was server op. So then I would do the show, put the content on the video wall. Then as soon as the show was over and as soon as all of the crowd left, I would then take the video wall down, have a shower, get on the tour bus, go to sleep, and then wake up in another city and then do it all over again. So my role is very much flips to having a very relaxed time at the park and then going full ham somewhere else type of thing.
Cool. What about yourself, Nicole?
I guess so. Within project management and really across all departments, we're dealing with multiple projects at once, and all of the projects are going to be in different stages of project. So, like I said earlier, within project management, we take a project from bidding to delivery. And then between those stages, we've also got designing, engineering, manufacturing, integration. So a lot of it is about cross-departmental collaboration, for one, ensuring that the people within that process of the project and getting the project out have what they need that the client has what they need and that we're delivering what they need. And a lot of it is based on logistics, like the logistics of what goes into taking this from step 1 to out the door and on site, and then occasionally going to site with the project to be there for our integration team and as sort of like a bridge between client and what they need artistically or creatively and our people that we have on the ground. So yeah, it's all very project dependent of where the day takes you.
Is there, I know not everything can be spoken about, but is there any project that you've been involved in that you've seen through that you are most proud of, that you can speak of?
I think without like naming names of projects, one that I was particularly excited about was an entirely custom sort of wall and LED floor that we provided for a company in the US. And so I got to be on that journey of we'd bid it, we'd won it, and then see it go through all of the stages of production and then go out to the US with it, because we also have a huge hub in Lititz where Tate lives. And so I got to go over there for the integration of that particular project, meet the clients, and assist in the integration of it. And I think that was particularly a really good sort of experience because I could then be involved in other areas of the process that I'm not necessarily always going to be involved in. So the building of the structure, I think, then helps you understand how to bid the structure, and you understand client requirements a lot more if you've had those opportunities to like experience different phases of the project.
Awesome, cool. Well, I think we've covered all our bases here, and we will open up the floor to questions momentarily. But just to let you know, we do have a stand over there, and you're more than welcome to come and speak to us. We're kind of advocates at Production Park that we want to shout about all the careers things, so we are more than willing to speak to you if you want to just come and have a chat or if you want to come and ask some questions. We do have some open days coming up. We've got an open day, a virtual open day on the 25th of May, but we also have an in-person open day on the 23rd of June. So if you're thinking about coming just to see the amazing facilities and everything that we've been talking about, those are your opportunities to do so. We are actually opening up our doors as well on the 16th of June to educators and career advisors to kind of welcome you in and shout about what we do and how you can then take that on to your young people and everything that we've been doing, just kind of getting that awareness out there that there are so many jobs that you can do within the live event sector. That doesn't mean you have to be a performer on the stage. So yeah, if you want any more information about that, please come and see us at the stand. Does anybody have any questions about Sam's socks? What was the mood today then?
Fiery.
Cool. No? Do you have a question? No? Cool. Well, if you decide, we're here all day. So please do come and speak to us, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to New Century Manchester. Still tons of great stuff to look forward to, loads more great talks today, loads of exhibitors to come and see. If you can't make it down to this event, make sure you get down to the next one. We'd love to see you, and don't forget to check out that jobs board as well. Now, one of our great exhibitors here today is Pierce, and we've got Sean, the owner of the company himself. Hi Sean, how's it been down here today?
It's been very good. It's been a very busy morning. The guys were saying they were overrun this morning, which is really good, which is one of the busiest events we've done so far. So it's definitely picking up. It's been a slow build-up. We've been involved with Production Futures since the start of it, since the single ones at Production Park, and we supported it all the way, and then the journey right the way. And it's really good to see lots more, especially youngsters coming up this morning. So more from the school age rather than the university age, because it's a better time to capture them in their lives. They sort of make their decisions.
And let's have a look as well. It kind of says it on the banner here a little bit, but what is it that Pierce does for anyone who's interested in finding out?
Well, we do a multitude of things. Our main business, what we win the awards for, is power for events. We do events like All Points East, Houghton Festival, lots of festivals and events up and down the country. We also have a production side of the company. There's lights and sound and rigging and staging and stuff as well. So we cover a multitude of disciplines. We do a lot of full production type stuff where we can go in, a production company will ring us up and say we want to put an event on. So apart from a big outdoor roof, which we don't do, we can go and put the whole infrastructure in, which is what we do. We do Classic Ibiza, which is we've got about 10 shows out with them this summer where we literally just take the whole production, do the lighting design, we provide the power, provide the audio system and everything right through. So, yeah, so we can cover a lot of ground. But we're specialised and really outdoor stuff is the key. We're fairly expert in outdoor stuff. So
I guess kind of roles for all kinds of different people in your company. What is it you kind of look for in people who are coming to work for you?
Well, look for attitude, the correct attitude and interest. It's no good just coming for us on a whim. We want people who are keen, prepared to work, put in the hours, and adaptable and flexible. Because what they might come and do initially, they might want to come and do lighting, and they might find something of a different interest. They might find they're more interested in power or audio. So they need to be flexible. So when they come and work for us, even if they come to do, I want to be a light, to go through all the different areas of what we do, because it could be advantageous to them and us in the long term. So it's just the attitude and the willingness to work and having a key interest. You've got to have a passion. I think this industry, what we do, if you haven't got a passion in it, if you just treat it as a job, well, go and work in a bank. You know what I mean? You have to have a passion. If you haven't got a passion for music or live entertainment or live shows, it's not always music we do. So just working with people and stuff like that, you've got to have an ability to work with people and get on with people and communicate well. So yeah, that's what we look for, really.
I think that's the advice that's kind of universal across the industry as well. Just quickly, if people are interested in coming to work for Pierce, what should they do?
Just go online, look for www.piercehire.co.uk, and the contact details are on there, or come to one of these events and speak to us, which is always good. Word of mouth is always the best way of doing things.
And do you know what? If you do as well, they got Haribo on their stand. So I'm just saying, it's worth coming to visit. Thank you very much, Sean. Nice really great chatting to you guys. Pierce are one of the amazing people who do loads of amazing different things here that you can talk to at Production Futures. Honestly, the variety, the breadth of different people that you can talk to, there really is something for everybody in this industry, and Pierce are one of the names that really are synonymous with quality when it comes to live events. Right, let's have a little look around as well and see what else is going on. We've got Ava Lights here, of course. We've got Riedel, who handle comms for different events and things like that. So many great exhibitors here today. Chauvet as well, who do lights and kind of technical lighting desks. So if you're watching like a big, huge show, they might be the people who light it and pre-program everything like that. And also, you got the guys from Fix8. So I love coming to see the guys from Fix8. It's always good fun. Hello, mate. You knew that I was going to do this. So Scott from Fix8 as well. So Scott, what is it that Fix8 do?
So it's basically creative solutions, but particularly within control systems in the live events industry and other weird and wonderful things. So we do everything from traditional live events like gigs and conferences, all the way through to weird and wacky installations like we do for this. So this was part of a project for Nike Air Max Day, which was out in Dubai and Belgrade recently. And we do things like, I don't know if anyone's ever seen the advert where EE landed a plane. So that was the whole...
Kevin Bacon?
Yeah, that's the one. The whole control system behind that was designed by Fix8. We work in Formula One, whether it be with lighting a VIP garage or video control systems that travel around the world. If it's visual and crazy, then it's generally somehow ends up with Fix8.
And a huge variety of stuff as well. You ended up with Fix8 through Production Futures. Can you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, so for me, my background's actually aerospace engineering, and I was in uni and I thought, right, I want to go into the live events industry. How do I get into this? And I stumbled across Production Futures about a year ago.
So forget building spaceships. Yeah. I want to do Beyonce concerts.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, I want to play with some lights. And so I went down to one, and it was like the missing piece in the puzzle to how to get into the industry. It was perfect. It was like all my answers were there, and met some great people, and one of them was Neil, Fix8, and ended up with a job in the summer, and here I am now.
And it really is that simple for anybody who's thinking about coming to one of these because they want a job, anybody who's thinking about exhibiting because they're looking for people. It really is that simple. I mean, I suppose, what would your advice be to somebody thinking about coming down to Production Futures?
I mean, I think a lot of people view it as like a job fair. Don't necessarily view it like that. View it as a chance to come and get some information. It's almost like a real-life Google search in some ways, and exactly what you want. Just come down and just talk to people, because you'll be amazed at what you get out of it, and you'll meet so many people, and the chances are you might meet someone who goes, oh, I really like you, I want to, invest time in you, and they might get a job or work experience, etc. So, yeah, don't be shy. Come and have a chat.
Amazing. There you go. Great advice. Thank you, Scott, mate. It's always good to see you. Right, okay, we're going to be back very shortly. Loads more great exhibitors to chat to. We're also going to be heading downstairs to show you exactly what happens down there with the talks in the lecture theatre, that kind of thing. And don't forget, if you are interested in any of the job opportunities we have with Production Futures, any of our partners, any of the people we work with, it's jobs.productionfutures.co.uk.
Good afternoon, Manchester. Welcome to the Power of Events. If you're in the exhibition area at the moment and you want to hear some fascinating insights into the life of freelancers, say goodbye immediately to the person you're talking to and come out front and sit down in a seat. You are about to have a treat because amongst you is the power of events. Hello, my name's Simon Hughes. I'm the co-founder of The Power of Events, and we're really pleased to be here today supporting Production Futures, looking at one of the most critical roles in our industry, that of the freelancer. Let me introduce our panel this afternoon. This is the penultimate session here on the main theatre. We have a really great, diverse panel of people who are going to be giving you their insights into the life and times of freelancers in the UK event industry. I'm going to start off with Paul Jones, Director of Ethics Management. Paul, just tell everybody who you are and what you do.
Thank you very much, Simon. My name's Paul Jones, and I have a business based in the southeast of England called Ethics Management. It's quite a unique business because the business is based solely around freelancers. So every single member of the team is a freelancer, including myself. And the business has operated for nearly 23 years now. And it's been of a modicum of success. We work mainly in the large-scale rock and roll touring and live music industry. On top of that, during COVID, I set up a freelancers forum on Facebook, which started off with about 800 people. We're now at 28,000 people, just over 28,000 people. All freelancers, all working right across the UK market, and we're now reaching out into Europe, Australia, and America too. So, thanks very much for joining us.
Fantastic, thank you, Paul. Subble, you are a freelance lighting designer, again, in the rock and roll and touring world. Give us something about your background.
Yeah, so I'm Subble. I'm a freelance lighting designer, as Paul just said. Yeah, and I tour for a living. Yeah. I started out a couple of years ago, kind of working in theatre, working in venues, and went from there and decided to go freelance with my own career.
Very good. And finally, an award-winning freelancer, Jessie. Tell us about that.
Thank you. So I'm Jess. I'm a freelance project manager. I've been freelancing for the past few years, and as Simon mentioned, I did win the Access All Areas Freelancer of the Year in January this year. So yeah, thank you.
Fantastic. Now, the Power of Events, how many people have actually been on the platform? Hands up, let's have a quick look. One back there, that's great. Two there, she actually works for it, so that doesn't count. But if you haven't had a chance to look at the platform, you'll see it's an effort being made by the whole industry across all sectors to showcase the UK event industry and to act as a resource. And coming to events like this and supplying the kind of speakers that we've got with us today is very much part of that. And this isn't a Q&A, this is a Ask Me Anything session. So we want people to be respectfully intrusive in the questioning, and we've got some really good questions lined up from social media, which we're going to start off with. And hopefully, if you want to join in via social, go to our LinkedIn page, and we'll be checking there, so you don't need to give us your name or put your hand up or have a microphone stuck in your face. So use LinkedIn as a way of getting to us. But we're going to kick off with the question, I think, at the moment. What is a freelancer? How do you define being a freelancer? Paul, do you want to start off with that?
Well, yeah, what is a freelancer? Somebody that works on a freelance basis. It can apply to just about anybody that works in an industry that is not employed, really. It's very diverse. Specifically in our industry, there are several ways that you can be a freelancer. One way of which is to be self-employed. One way is to be a limited company. There are also other ways like limited liability partnerships, but we definitely don't want to get into too much detail like that. So the idea of being a freelancer really for most people is so that you have a certain amount of freedom and the ability to work for numerous companies, but then you are responsible for certain aspects within your career, such as your own national insurance, your tax, all of the benefits that you would normally get from being an employed person. So those are things that really, in my mind, is what a freelancer is.
So what would you add to that in terms of your own experience of being a freelancer?
I mean, the only thing I think I'll add to that is I feel the best way to describe it is almost a one-man band. You kind of do everything for yourself. You know, you'll do your own taxes, accounting, your calendar, no one really does that for you except you. So yeah, I think that's all I've got to add to that.
And Jess, does that ring true for your experience as well?
Yeah, I would agree with both of them on that. Yeah.
Now, I've got a couple of questions that we've had ahead of time, so rather cleverly, my phone has locked itself, so this will take a little while while I unlock it. Ah, yes. So one of the questions being asked is, how do you, as a freelancer, ensure your pipeline, ensure that you're keeping busy? So you've established how you work in terms of the way you're working, but how do you actually manage that pressure of keeping the work coming through? So you're busy, how do you get the next job, how do you get the next one after that? So, Will, do you want to tell us how you deal with that?
I mean, the way I do it is, so I work within music and touring and the rock and roll part of the industry, and the only way that I kind of do it is, so companies I work for, building a relationship with them and making sure that I know someone, especially within the crewing department in that company, and just going to them, hiya, look, I've got X to Y, Z dates available, have you got anything? Do you feel like I would be suitable for a job you've got coming up? And kind of having absolutely no shame in emailing every single company I have on my email list and being like, look, I'm available, what have you got? Can I do something for you? Can you do something for me? And just making sure you're maintaining that relationship with them as well. Like going in to say hi definitely helps. So if they can put a name and a face together rather than just an email, I feel that definitely helps them and helps you because you've got that personal relationship again with them. The other way is just being very, very organised. So my calendar, as soon as I've got dates in, I will put them in my calendar, even if it's what we call pencil dates, so it's not 100% confirmed, but the company or the client are looking to put you on that job, and just making sure I've put in everything correctly, on time, so I've got no clashes and I'm not letting anyone down, because the last thing you kind of want is a reputation for letting people down. So I think that's the best, personally, that's the way I do it, is just, building those relationships and making sure I'm organised.
Yeah, Jess, you're nodding. Is that the same approach for you?
Yes, I have a pretty similar approach. I mean, I have a colour-coordinated calendar, so, and as well as I always email and keep in touch with companies and clients that I've worked with, even if I am busy, just to keep kind of on their radar, is how I do it as well. Yeah.
Now, Paul, you described your business as being made up of freelancers, so you're not just managing your own time, you're managing people who've got other obligations, perhaps. How does that work for you, making sure that you've got consistency of business coming through?
Well, for me, it's a fine balance, because I'm obviously work freelance as well, but then I've also got freelancers coming in, and I think the fundamental part of being a freelancer is making yourself actively available, making sure that you communicate really well with all of the organisations, associations, businesses that you want to work for. It's about identifying them, the particular sector you want to work in, whether you want to work in corporate, you want to work in live music, you want to work in conferencing, establishing who those people are and making sure that they know who you are. The best piece of advice I can give you is don't lie, because you will see through it. The business owners will see through it. You can all write a fantastic CV, but if you can't deliver on it, people will see through it. But it's about making sure, in the days of social media now, it's very easy to put yourself out there. Make sure you've got a good social presence, very professional, things like LinkedIn. This then makes sure that your potential employers who are out there can see you, you're very visible, they can see what you do, how you do it, who you've worked for. And that way, you're trying to ensure that your pipeline, as we call it, you've got a continuous amount of work coming through. There will be parts on it where you won't get work. It's just inevitable in the freelance business. But one of the problems that freelancers always seem to do is they run from job to job to job, and they fear that they will never get another job if we don't take this other job on. So a word to the wise is, you don't always have to continuously accept those jobs. Sometimes take time for yourself. Make sure your mental health is in the right place. But also just make sure that your presence is out there and it's professional, and make sure you're constantly talking to the people that you want to work for.
Okay, so that constant communication critical. We've kind of defined freelancer in terms of the way you might be self-employed or the way you might be running it as a limited company. But let's get some advice on best practices for things like accountancy and managing your self-employed taxes. How best to deal with that when you're a freelancer? Jess, Start with you.
Number one, I would hire an accountant. Mine has been a lifesaver. Whilst I am super organised and I have a track of every invoice I've ever invoiced, all my expenses on spreadsheets, split up, you know, between like travel, food and beverage, my office, any kind of expenses. I keep all those, all my receipts. But yeah, my number one is hire an accountant. Mine has been, yeah, godsend.
Sybil, you're nodding vigorously. So, is hiring a really good accountant the answer?
Honestly, yes. I only started using an accountant in the last year, and it has absolutely changed my life. Cannot recommend having an accountant more, honestly. It just saves you that time and that headache when it does come around to you doing your taxes, that you're not rummaging for things and you're not just looking frantically going, oh, where have I put that? Oh, when did I send that? Did I do that? You've got someone kind of looking after it for you, whilst you're also out busy on a job yourself. So yeah, definitely get an accountant.
So professional support. Paul, same for you?
Yeah, I'll just bolster what the ladies have said here. I mean, the first point of call must always be professional advice. You need to get professional advice. Just to bear in mind things like there are several different ways in which you can handle your accountancy. One is a bookkeeper. A bookkeeper is somebody that's just putting all the figure work down for you. That's helpful when you get started, but it is always advisable to have an accountant, a recognised accountant as well, because they can guide you through the process. One of the fundamental mistakes that people make when they first become freelancers, they go out, they earn money, and then 10 months later, they start to submit tax return and go, holy crap, I've got 30% missing, I need to pay the taxman, and they can't pay the taxman. So again, word to the wise is you have to make sure that you put a certain amount away, like 25 to 30% of whatever you earn, you put it away, put it in a separate account. That way, when you go to your accountant, as we've all said, get an accountant, you've got the money there for your tax, because you can't not pay tax. The money that you get as a freelancer is not free. You will still have to pay some sort of contributions on it. So it's really important that you put an element of that away. And again, if you have a good accountant that you're talking to, not only is it tax deductible, so whatever you spend on your accountant will come out of your tax bill ultimately, but they'll also give you professional ways in which to help you save money against your tax. You'll forget to put receipts in for certain things, so these things are what accountants are there for. They're there to guide you. You're paying them, and I can't stress that enough, is if you're paying an accountant, you need to get that professional advice. So it's all about, when you start out, professional advice from an accountant.
Now, we did have a question through social media about IR35 regulations and how freelancers are coping. Paul, let's just check. IR35, what does that actually mean?
Right, okay. Again, I mean, first of all, we're not here to give that financial advice, but IR35 is legislation that was brought in 1999, I believe. And what it was designed to do was close loopholes about people not paying tax, and it was based around limited companies. It has evolved since then and has become quite problematic. Certainly from our sector in the live music industry, we don't see too much of IR35 regulation, but in the corporate sector, certainly a lot of the larger corporate companies, agencies, various companies will insist on you being things like limited companies to try and work around IR35. So it's something that you need to be aware of. And again, it goes back to what we've just said about accountants. These people are professionals that can give you the advice. So when you're thinking about becoming a freelancer, make sure that you can get that professional advice about IR35 if it's going to affect you. The companies that you're speaking to, whichever sector you decide to work in or are working in, make sure you talk to them well in advance to find out what their requirements are. Do they want you to be a limited company, or can you work as a freelancer, as a bona fide subcontractor, where you are paying your own tax and national insurance? And that's one of the fundamentals with IR35. It's about closing the tax loophole. But again, it's quite an in-depth subject, and it's something that everybody should have, advice on.
Yeah, Jess, has it impacted in the way that you've approached work?
Yeah, so I've noticed it more in the last few months. So personally, I'm set up as a sole trader. And I did my research when I first started out. But in the last few months, I have, when I've been speaking to, especially in the corporate, as Paul said, they won't allow me to work for them because I'm not a limited company. So I actually have a meeting next week with my accountant about going limited, because I have seen a slight reduction in work and contracts that has been offered.
And Sybil, has it affected you?
Personally, within rock and roll and touring, no, because I'm also a sole trader being self-employed. I think I'm very lucky in the fact it hasn't, but I also think because as a freelancer, those sorts of companies, they do tend to deal more with actual sole traders and freelancers rather than limited companies because they're already a limited company themselves.
Yeah, and so it's the varieties keeping you going from that point of view.
Yeah,
isn't it?
absolutely.
Yeah, okay. I mean, that's one of the key things I think from a freelance perspective is thinking about your own position, your own skill sets, the kind of work that you do, the kind of sectors that you work in is all part of the mix, isn't it, in terms of the advice you get, whether you tackle IR35 efficiently.
Simon, just to add on there about IR35, one of the things about IR35 is it's classifying you as an employed person. So what that means is the people that you're working for are entitled to take tax and national insurance contributions from your salary as it's classed. So that's really important. What you don't want to be doing working as a freelancer is both paying salaried to the HMRC and then paying your personal taxation out of your freelance wages. So again, really important, get the real professional advice. And there are some fantastic people in the industry. You know, reach out to your industry colleagues, see who they use for their financial advice.
Now, another financial question that has come in is, should there be a standard minimum wage for freelance work? Ooh, that's interesting. Who'd like to start off on that? A standard wage?
I can go if you like.
Go on, Jess.
I think this will spark a debate. I'm kind of on the fence on this, yes and no. But I think there should be a sort of, how do I say it, like a category as such, because I've come across where I've been offered a project manager role at like 220, for example, but then another client has offered me, it's the same role, but they're paying 450. So I think I've noticed, and I don't know whether it's the same for you guys, but like different companies, there's massive fluctuation in rates, which, yeah, so obviously when I first started as a freelance, I was like, oh, take the higher money, you know. But yeah, I definitely think there needs to be some sort of grouping, category, cap kind of thing, because I think it's so varied.
So, and you're a lighting designer.
Yeah.
Should all lighting designers be paid the same rate?
The way I kind of see it is, especially with the way I've come through the industry, is kind of the more I've developed my skill set and the more sort of I've got my name out there, the more I felt like I can charge and people are willing to pay. Because I know when I started out in the industry, I was doing it for a lot less than I currently would call my day rate. But as I've kind of worked within the industry, I've built up my network, built up my clients and my contacts, and worked with them through the years and progressed within my skill set as well. I've been able to feel like I can charge more because I can offer them more because I can essentially do more for them. So I'm also on the fence about it is, yes, maybe we should have a starting point in categories, but I also feel that it would depend on your skill set and what you can offer. But also it just comes down to budget for your client themselves, like what can they actually afford and what have they put across to pay you.
Okay. Paul, minimum wage?
No.
Standard rate?
No, definitely not.
Sorry.
And that's probably quite controversial, and I'll give you my reasonings for that. If we try to standardise a wage, if we look at, say, the live music industry compared to film and TV, the way film and TV works is they have recognised rates for a camera op, for a gaffer, for various other things. But it's funded completely different for TV and film. So the way a film would work is they would go out to investors. The investors would say invest 20 million and expect a return. So they've got a budget already preset that works in film and TV. So it helps to have a recognised way of paying the staff. And every time the film runs into over budget, they go back to the investors and ask for more money. If we take our example for, say, rock and roll, and we're working in the rock and roll industry, who's going to pay for the standardised rate? It's going to be the general public. The general public are going to carry the ticket price. We've seen ticket prices rise for Download and Glastonbury this year. They're £3.75, I think, for a ticket now, something like that. They've gone up from, nearly £100. So that is being borne by the cost. And that's not because everybody's wages and everything, just because everybody's wages have gone up. Everything, the cost of living crisis, everything has gone up. So somebody has to pay for that. And also we have different standards of professionalism, let's call it. So if we take the guy with, or the girl with a small van that has a little disco shop, takes a disco set up and sets up for £300, goes and does that, that's a £300 rate. if somebody else that works and they are a sound designer working, say, for a rock and roll band, or they're working for a mainstream artist, do we pay them £300 or do we pay them £450? How do we standardise that rate across those two different disciplines? They're both very important, but they're two different skill sets. In addition to that, the people that come along and work in the industry have also got different skill sets as well. So we're not just looking at, oh, we pay a standard rate of this. Do we then not take into consideration people's skill set? Do they do sound design? Do they do lighting design? Are they multifaceted? They know about power? They know about logistics? So you tend to find that on our side of the industry, what happens is people are paid for what they can contribute as far as working in the industry goes. So that's why I say no. It's not because I don't want to see a rate. It would be fantastic if we did. You know, as a rule of thumb now, pre-COVID, we were looking at a standard rate for technician was about 250, 275. I think most people now recognise it's 300 and above. Most companies are paying £300 a day for a sound or lighting technician. Some pay slightly less, some pay slightly more. But it's kind of an industry standard, and it's not an agreed rate, but it is kind of there. But again, it depends on the skill set of that person. So we have to be very careful about it because we're very different in our sector, the live music, as we are to film and TV. So that's my reasoning for.
Okay. Jess, you did an event management degree, didn't you? How did going freelance match your expectations in terms of that experience, the time spent doing that, and then actually making the decision to go freelance? How's it been?
Yeah, so I did an event management degree, and when I first started in the industry, I was actually full-time employed, and how do I say this without putting anyone off? But I felt like I learned a lot more on the job once I got into my job than what I did in my degree. Like, don't get me wrong, I did such a varied sort of syllabus in my degree, so from marketing to production to law to logistics, finance, budgeting, but I do definitely feel like I learn a lot more on the job. So I was employed for probably about 6-7 years before I then decided to go freelance. And my main reasons for going freelance were I wanted more flexibility, so a better work-life balance, and I also wanted more variety with like the projects and the clients and agencies that I worked with.
So Sybil, we've heard work-life balance there, and you nodded vigorously. Is that important? Is that an important part of the decision of being a freelancer in your view?
As much as we say it is important, and I stand by it, the work-life balance is very important. I feel as freelancers as a whole, we definitely struggle with it, to put it nicely, especially like we've said earlier, you're kind of always looking for your next job and you want to make sure your calendar's full. I think generally as a whole, we do forget that we do need the me time, we need the downtime, we need to make sure that our physical and mental health is there, because otherwise we're not doing the job to the best of our ability. Then that's just, it's not good for us, and it's obviously not good for our clients either, but more so for us, because you know, if we can't work, then your money's not coming in from anywhere else when you're a freelancer. But yeah, the balance is definitely important, and I feel like being freelance gives you that flexibility, like Jess said, to choose when you get that time and how you want that time. But I definitely feel, I hold my hand up and say I need to get better at the work-life balance thing, definitely.
Now, Jess mentioned some kind of particular skill sets that came out of her degree course. For you, employing lots of freelancers, what are the most important things? Is it the kind of technical hard skills, or is it the soft skills? What is it you're looking for when you're working with people?
I think on the basis, I mean, for me personally, it's interpersonal skills. Those things are really critical. So technical skills, there is a plethora of companies here. I can see one over there, Pierce Hire. There's loads of companies here that do incredibly great stuff. They do training in-house, so we can always be trained up. But interpersonal skills are quite unique to so many people. You need to be able to communicate well with your colleagues and the people that you're working with, first of all. So for me, I always look for people that can communicate reasonably well. So if you're having a struggle at work, if you're not understanding how a lighting desk works or a sound desk works, you can go to your colleagues and be able to communicate that well. There's no point you standing there for 4 hours trying to work out how to get the palette to work on a Grand MA if you're struggling with it. You've got to be able to communicate that. So we've worked with Backstage Academy for the last few years, and we've currently got 3 of their cohorts working with us. One's been with us for 10 years. And one of the things I do when I go to the graduation events is I'll stand at the back of the room and I stand behind the board and I watch the way that the boys and the girls communicate with each other. Because if I can see them working together as a team, that's really important. Because if their skill set isn't up to operating a Grand MA3 or a Digico SD12, we can teach them that, but interpersonal skills are something that are very difficult to teach, you know. So for me, I look for that. But again, going back to the academia side, the higher and further education side, those things are just as important as well. That's not the only route into the industry. There are several routes, but they do play in a very valuable part in it, because some people are naturally academic and could go out there and can learn a whole world of experience from just by going to university or further education. And some of us will learn better by doing it on the job. We will sit with a Grand MA and we'll sit there programming it for hours until 3 o'clock in the morning and be happy as Larry, you know. So that's the way some of us learn. So I think it's a balance, but for me personally, I definitely want to see those interpersonal skills. And just saying that, when we get later on, it will be interesting to see how many people put their hands up and interpersonally communicate with the questions. So.
Actually, let's try that. Does anybody have a question from the audience that they'd like to ask? There we go. So we have a roving microphone being delivered by Sophie from the Power of Events, who's now figuring out how to turn a microphone on. This is a learning experience, you see. Go ahead.
Yeah, it was just a question about, like, if you were to, like, go back in time and start the freelancing journey, all of you, I guess, like, start over again, what would you like sort of do differently in terms of like starting to like kind of now, if that makes any sense, like the journey, I guess, and that sort of thing. So.
A great question. Jess, why don't we start with you?
Okay, so when I first started freelancing a few years ago, I was terrified that I wouldn't have any work. I'd be, you know, sat twiddling my thumbs. Where am I going to get, you know, the next paycheck from, for example? And I worked solidly for 12 months. Without taking a break, because I was just saying yes to everything, no matter what the role or the pay, it was just yes, 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 yes. However, since then, I have learned that if I sort of, you know, have 1 week off in March, for example, it's okay. And I think if I went back, I would tell myself that it's okay if you have a week where you don't have any work, or a few days in September where, you know, you're just waiting for the next job. Because I think it's so important, like the guys touched on, like your mental health and well-being. Because I got carried away, and I will admit that, I got carried away and just kept going and going and going. And I spent the Christmas of my first year freelancing, I went on holiday to Mexico, and I spent 2 weeks literally asleep. I'd planned all these activities, but I was so tired that I just spent asleep. So yeah, if I had to go back, I would tell myself it's okay to take a break.
Sybil, your experience in terms of what you would change?
I completely agree with Jess on that. I'm still guilty of it to this day, of just jumping sort of from gig to gig, from tour to tour. We are very good at freelancers of just filling our diary. We like to say yes. We like to make sure that we know how we're going to pay our bills and where the money's coming from. But yeah, taking a break is so, so important. The only other thing I would do differently is probably get an accountant from the off. I have spent 7 years trying to do my accounts by myself, and let me tell you, this year just gone, it's been the easiest year of my life when it comes to my accounts. So get an accountant and yeah, take a break.
Very good. And Paul, what would you change?
I wouldn't change anything. I'd probably hope I'd make more mistakes, because the best way to learn is by making mistakes. I mean, what you don't want to do is make mistakes and keep making them, the same ones. But every time you make a mistake in your career, it's not about making the mistake, it's how you recover from it. It's like, excuse my French, I fucked up. How do I make this right? And you put the thing right and you learn from that. And that's how we develop as human beings. And if we make mistakes, learn from it and move on from it. But also then going back to what both other ladies have said about mental health. Mental health is so important, and making sure that you take time out. And we've all been incredibly guilty of it. We've all admitted it, that we just keep going and going and going. And that wonderful example of falling asleep on the beach for 2 weeks, that's not a holiday. That's you desperately needing sleep. And believe you me, you will all do it. You will all chase the work. You will all chase it, because once you get into this industry, it's absolutely amazing. It's hard work. You will never get incredibly rich from it, but the sense of satisfaction that you'll get. But just remember to take that time out. And that's the thing we've all been guilty of, is not taking time out, relaxing, and making sure you got time for yourself, because you need to get that brain dump sometimes, you know, and really important. So just bear that in mind.
Yeah, I'd agree, actually. My very first job was one I didn't want. I applied for a role in production, and they said, we haven't got any roles available, but we're looking for somebody to do sponsorship. Could you do that? I had no sales background whatsoever, but just to get my foot in the door, I said yes. And I'd do that again, because it did get my foot in the door. I sold a big sponsorship package within 6 months, and then somebody needed to organize all of that and produce the outputs from the sponsorship, and that's what I then started doing. So I wouldn't change anything. Just get your foot in the door, take any kind of job you can to get into the organization you want to get into, and then work it hard inside once you're in. Good. I've got a few more questions. Another one live from the floor with the microphone. More people with their hands up. This is more hands than any session so far today. This is great. Hang on, guys. We'll get to you in a moment. Over here.
Oh, God, okay. Basically, I want to know, for people who are doing touring, how do you manage the family side of things when you're out on tour, whether it be like 2 weeks, 6 months? How do you manage that?
Who wants to go with this first? Come on, Jess.
I'm not going to lie, it's very difficult, if I'm honest. And especially for me, because my partner also works in live events. So he is a video engineer. So our schedules like conflict each other so much. But I think it's about like if we are in the same country at the same time for maybe a few days a week, then we kind of make sure that we do something together. And this might sound a bit weird, but we have a shared calendar, so we can see where each other are, and then I'll look and I'll be like, oh, this is our only day we get together in 3 months, and I'll be conscious, like not to plan, but it is quite difficult. Yeah, I don't know.
Just going to add to your point, having a shared calendar is not weird. My partner's also in the touring industry with me. The only way we navigate and see each other is a shared calendar. I think they're brilliant. But just to add to Jess's points is, having an actual sit-down conversation with whatever it is, your partner, your children, whatever it is, and just making sure you are carving out that time kind of comes back to that thing of taking a break and making sure you make the time for the people you want to see and the people that you have within your family and partners and whatnot, because, it is difficult at times, but I think as long as there is an understanding there, and as stupid as it sounds, as long as you put them into your diary, I think you'll be fine. I honestly have to schedule in weeks with my partner to be like, right, you come back from tour here and I come back here. You see this little week here, in the calendar it says do not take work for both of us, just to make sure we have that time to actually spend together.
And Paul, you quite enjoy travelling, but you put a bit of travelling breaks in, don't you, sometimes?
Yeah, I do. I mean, my wife calls it decompression. So what I try and do, like if I'm travelling and I'm going to be away for 3 months at a time, I will make sure, first of all, that I'm going to spend time with her before and after. I've got 2 sons. My youngest is 30 now. Both the boys never wanted to come into the industry because they saw how hard I worked and went, Dad, you've got a great industry, but God, I'm not going to do that. They've both got proper jobs, as they like to call them. But I spend time with my wife making sure that it's a quality of time, not a quantity of time. Because you can spend every day with somebody and not speak to them, you not communicate. And again, goes back to communication. You need to have really good skills, and your partner needs to understand that as well, so you don't take advantage of your family. I mean, our industry is littered with broken relationships and marriages and partnerships because people forget to put the time in. Those things are really important. If you love someone and you care about them, put the effort in. And it shouldn't be effort, you should just naturally want to do it. So when you come back off tour, you don't sleep for a week and throw your washing at your other half and say, oh, can you do my washing, please? You get that done yourself, and then you spend time with them. You spend time with your family, your friends, your partners, whoever you need to. But those, again, it goes back to what we were saying about when you're always taking the jobs on, you make sure that you make some time to spend quality time with those people, you know, because it's important. If you want those people to be there for you when you come home, 10 years ago when we were in the height of touring, my wife used to put wanted posters up when I came home, and she'd put a picture up of me and saying, "Have you seen this man wanted?" And I really felt humbled when I came home. I knew that she still loved me. I'd been away for 2.5 months, but I know that she still wanted to see me. So I knew that I was doing something right, and we've been together for nearly 30 years, or 30 odd years, and she seems to be happy. So it's obviously that I'm putting the effort in. So for me, it's about making the effort. It's a very hard life. You have to balance it, but it is possible. But it takes work and dedication, and it's not something that's going to come easy. But an understanding partner as well, definitely.
There we go. So we had a question down here.
Hiya. Jess, it was just interesting when you mentioned that you felt that you learnt more while in the field, because I'm still currently in college, but I'm trying to get into the film and music industry. But I'm just wondering how you go about that, like fresh out of college, because I do plan to go to uni anyway. But I'm sort of like, you know, it's very impatient of me, but I don't want to wait 3 years until I actually start to get some real experience.
So I can't speak specifically for TV, but how I did it. So I did quite a lot of volunteering was how I got into kind of live events, and also with my degree, it was a 4-year degree, but in the second year, I think it was, I did a year in the industry, which was fantastic, and I think it was really, really valuable. And that kind of reconfirmed to me that live events was something I wanted to work in. Because I was chatting to Simon earlier, and quite a few people from my degree kind of dropped out in that year because they decided that it wasn't for them for whatever reason. But yeah, that's how I did it. I kind of did the volunteering, did my placement year. So that's kind of how I don't know if anyone else would have any other.
I've got a similar sort of story, but I did go to uni. I dropped out in my first year, I'm going to be completely honest. But the way I kind of got into live music and touring was through utilising people I had at uni. So a lot of my tutors, they were industry professionals and they had contacts, and kind of just going to them and being very honest, being like, look, I'm not academic. I kind of know what I want to do, and I don't know where to go from here. I was very lucky in the fact that they helped me, they put me in contact. For me, for live music, I started working at all my local venues. So I'm actually from Manchester, so I started working at places like Manchester Academy, the Ritz, all of those little places. And I just emailed people hoping that someone would reply, and just kind of being very open, very out there, being like, look, I'm this person, I'm interested in this. Do you have any opportunities available? Can I come in and do some shadowing? Is there anyone I can talk to? And just really trying to push for myself to get any sort of in and just working from there. And on top of that, I think what I did was a lot of networking. So things like this, talking to people, talking to other people at uni or college, whatever you're doing, I think is really valuable as well, and it can open doors.
Yeah, I don't think there's an easy answer to it. I think it does require hard work. But getting experience and having that, you know, really available on your CV clearly is one critical step, I think, in making that first step. So that could be volunteering, or it could be shadowing, or there are lots of different schemes out there. But it's not easy, I don't think, is it? It requires graft to get that first foot on the ladder, definitely. We had another question down here.
Hello.
Thank you. Hi, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so a question about experience, actually. I'm a full-time tutor with Access Creative College, and I work at the DBS Institute downstairs as well. I'm interested in freelancing. I've got loads of experience in so many different things. We've been working as a course leader for 5 years, music production, sound for media, remote recording, mixing, mastering, like live performance, so many things. But I don't have a portfolio. I'm a very confident person. I feel like I can turn my hand to absolutely anything. But how important is it to have a portfolio? And is there somewhere where I could advertise myself as, you know, with the amount of experience I've got, but not actually having anything to show for it, if that makes sense?
I think a portfolio in certain instances, and I think my question back to you is, what do you want to do? What specific area, because you've got a multiple faceted skill set, but in your ideal world, give me 2 or 3 examples. You want to be a sound designer or a set designer or executive producer? What's your role?
Hello. There you go. So, yeah, sound design is one thing I'm really interested in, but also working on set, like doing some live sound mixing, boom operating, kind of working with in the film industry. But I'm being a teacher. I'm a mentor. You know, I try to really encourage and motivate people as much as possible. So I think that's something I'm really going to go into. But I would like to maybe have like mentoring, but me as all my technical skills kind of surrounding that. But I think creativity and mentoring, but also working as maybe some on-set stuff, some audio work on set.
Okay, so we're looking more towards the film rather than live music.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. I would say you want to start looking at companies specifically within the Northwest. I mean, I'm not familiar with the TV companies and live sound companies in the Northwest. If you said live music, I would probably say DBN Audio, who are based in Manchester. You've got Adlib up in Liverpool. Absolutely fantastic. Andy Doherty is a legend and a wonderful human being. It's basically reaching out to the companies, do a little bit of research on those companies and write to them. It's like I was saying before as well, don't lie about your skill set. You know, put down what you can do, but write it with passion and tell them about your passion. That's your first port of call, and then follow it up and see where you get to. LinkedIn, again, making sure your profile is on LinkedIn, then getting in touch with people on LinkedIn. If you don't know the person, find somebody that knows them, get them to connect in with you, write to them, see if you can set up a meeting, go and take them for a coffee. Say, I know you're a busy person, you probably start work at 8 o'clock in the morning, why don't I meet you for a quick coffee before you go to the office? And then go and present your case to them. That's just one way of going out there and pushing yourself out there. Portfolio, definitely important, but if you haven't got it, don't worry about it. It's about attracting somebody to get into them in the first place. So that's one of the ways I would say, try reaching out to people. Use social media. It's a wonderful medium, you know, when used correctly.
And do you think it's important to really try and narrow down my specialism and what I'm focusing on? Because I really am into so many different things. You know, I teach 10 different modules, really, really contrasting modules. So I'm into different stuff, but is it important to narrow down and say, I'm a sound designer, I work on set?
I would give certain aspects, I would focus on certain ones, don't do 15, because then people will find it very difficult to place you. So maybe, you know, sit down with a bit of paper and go, what 3, out of the 15 skill sets that I've got, which are the 3 best ones? What do you feel are the best ones? Which ones do really motivate me and inspire me when I do them? And which ones don't really motivate me and I don't like doing? So you can discount them and just focus on 2 or 3 areas and then start to really focus on them. Because you can always expand. Once you start getting into that world, you can always expand. Once you've got your foot in the door and you're doing sound design and working on set, you can say, oh, by the way, I can do this, build that reputation and the trust and professionalism with the organisation, and then expand your portfolio.
I actually sat in an interview ages ago in my career, interviewing somebody applying for a job as a dubbing engineer in post-production. And I had one candidate come in and they were a dubbing engineer, location engineer, they were a boom operator. And I said, hold on a minute, I just want a dubbing engineer. I don't want all that other crap. Focus, I think, is important because it makes it easy for the employer to understand who you are and where you're coming from. I've noticed we're running out of time.
Brilliant, thank you.
Somebody at the front here had their hand. Did you want to ask a question? There we go. And then I've got somebody at the back, a couple of people at the back. We're going to have to be, actually, I'm going to say we're going to have to be quick. Are you all happy to stay for a bit longer? Good, okay. I'll crack on then. Woohoo! You haven't got to get a train, have you?
No.
No, okay, that's all right. Go ahead.
Hello. 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 I'm about to finish my masters and I'm going to do go into a bit more freelancing. I've started getting some gigs locally and stuff. I just wanted to ask about should I get public liability insurance and stuff like that?
I think the only answer there is yes, absolutely, yeah. I don't think, but I know I won't get hired without it. It's the first thing that any production company, any company of any sort will ask me, especially being self-employed, is do you have PLI and can we have physical proof? So when you get PLI, you'll get sent a certificate of PLI. they'll want that to have on their database. I very highly doubt you will get work without it, to be quite honest about it.
Yeah, I think that's a definite yes from everybody. We've got a couple of folks at the back here. If you're just arriving, you're 45 minutes late, but do take a seat. Doesn't matter. We're lovely people. I'm not talking to you guys either. Just sit down. You'll learn something. Sophie, stop turning the microphone off.
There we are. Yeah, thanks everyone for your insights. I'm already a freelancer. I've done it for about 4 years now, and whilst I love it, one of the things I really struggle with is getting a bit demoralised when I see what other freelancers are getting up to, what projects they're working on, what countries they visited, thinking, why am I not that busy? How have they found that opportunity? There's probably not an easy answer to this, but have you got any tips for how to kind of avoid feeling demoralised like that? Is it easy just to ignore it?
That's a really interesting question, because I know lots of technicians who work in a venue I was associated with that had exactly that problem, that they used to, because they were in one venue, they used to have other freelancers coming in saying, I've just done this tour, I've just been here, I was up in Liverpool, I've been doing this, and they were getting pissed off because they were just doing the same thing every day, day in, day out. We then reminded them how much better their holiday days were, how much better their wages were compared to the days when they weren't working, and so we kind of uplifted them through that encouragement. Any tips though, Paul, from you on this?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you say you get demoralised. Is this something that, let's drill down into that if you don't mind. Is this something that you see maybe people posting on social media saying, I'm here, I'm there, I'm doing that? Or is it people that you're actually talking to and they're telling you what they're doing? Could you just kind of give me a little bit more insight?
Mainly social media.
Maybe social media. Okay, so big lesson with social media is it's a snapshot of somebody's life. We all do it. We never put the shit stuff at 4 o'clock in the morning where we're dragging boxes through the mud on festivals, because we don't want people to know that. What we want them to know is, look how glamorous my lifestyle is. And it is. There is an element of that in our industry, but most of it is hard work. So don't take it too much to heart, because those people are just taking a very small snapshot of it. They could be working twice as hard and being paid half as much money as you are at the moment. One of the things you can do is reach out to them and say, who are you working for? What company are you working for? Would you mind giving me an introduction? I'm a monitor engineer, I'm doing this, that, and the other. Would you mind introducing me to the company that you're working for? And see if you can get onto their roster as well, But social media is a wonderful thing, but it can also be quite catastrophic and destroying for people as well, because people can be very cruel, very unkind, and they lie a lot. Believe it or not, people feel that behind that little glass screen, they can write and put whatever they want, and sometimes it can be completely misleading. So don't feel demoralised, build yourself up, and then look at ways in which you can go, how can I get onto that job? Who are they working for? Find out who they're working for, and maybe approach them. Maybe that might be a way to help.
Yeah, you could actually look at the agency if they're working through an agency and find out who the head of production is, rather than actually talking to the person that you're referring to. That might be another way of getting a foot in the door. Any advice from you on this?
I don't think it's advice, but I would say sometimes, like Paul said, it's not as glamorous as it is. So I've done a lot of global travel. So for example, last month I was in Argentina, but I just saw the airport, the venue, and the hotel. So whilst I've been to this amazing country, which is, awesome, I didn't actually see anything. So yeah, sometimes it's not all the glamour that, people think it is.
Yeah. Years ago, I was flown down to Australia to do something with Pepsi, and I was there for 48 hours. I could say, hey, I've been to Australia, woohoo! I was absolutely after that trip. By the way, that's a Mancunian word I've learned while I've been up here. He's from Manchester, he's doing bad. Now don't touch the button on the microphone, just talk into it. Here we go.
Come on, Sophie.
It's on now, yeah, there we go. Funny enough, it's actually quite a similar question, but do you think there's more of a culture of competition or more of a culture of community among freelancers?
Oh, sorry, I was straight in, sorry. I would say, for me, my personal experience is community. So, for example, I've got a lot of freelancer friends. And, for example, if someone emails me and says, Jess, are you available for this job? And I'm already busy, I will recommend someone, like one of my friends that I know. And people do it to me as well. So that's how I've got in with a lot of the clients and companies that I work for, is also, like we touched on earlier, sort of speaking to them direct, going in, you know, showing my face, but also through recommendations. So I would definitely say community. I don't know if you have a different opinion.
I'm going to completely agree with that from a touring and live music perspective. Is the same thing happens in our industry. You know, you might get offered a job, and if you can't do that job, you might want to recommend someone. My latest gig that I've actually got was because someone I knew recommended me, and it helps get your name out there as well. But I definitely think it's more of a community vibe, especially with crew shortages post-COVID and all of that stuff. I feel like people are really in there to help each other and to make sure everyone is happy and getting the work. And it is a real sense of community, I think.
Yeah, Paul, you've got 28,000 people in your community. How do they rub along?
I mean, that was an uphill struggle. There is definitely a sense of community post-COVID. Pre-COVID and post-COVID, very, very different. I mean, you know, some of you guys will have been starting to leave education and go into higher and further education as COVID come in. So you're kind of coming into this industry quite new. I think we breed a culture of community because it's really important for people to be able to get along and talk to each other. If they're on a tour, for instance, if you're on a tour bus and there's 14 of you, you've got to make sure that you all get on. It's easy to push the wrong buttons for people. Like if someone says something and you don't particularly like what they've said, it's easy to push the wrong button. But you can also challenge them in a respectful way without being rude to them, without getting, antagonising a situation. So you've got to learn to press the right buttons. If you see someone's having a bad time, you don't jump onto them. You ask them why they're having a bad time, that they need some help. You know, you reach out to them, that kind of thing. So we try and build a community where we look after each other, and it's very, very important. It's more noticeable now than ever with what's happened since COVID. You know, our industry's lost, they reckon, somewhere around about 30% of the industry, because people have decided they're not going to go back. I think we lost 4 really good sound engineers because they had babies during COVID, and now they spent time with their families and said, I don't want to go on the road anymore. I don't mind doing a weekend festival, but I don't want to go out for 2 weeks at a time. So they're valuing what's going on. So we now have to take even more care of the staff that are coming in, or the freelancers that are coming in. We want to make sure that they feel comfortable, because then you want them to come back. So when I ring them up and say, oh, we've got 15 festivals on and I need 22 of you, I want all 22 people that I've reached out to come and say, yeah, we definitely want to work for you. And they do, you know, predominantly we do. We've got a very lovely reputation, and I just basically own a kit and a warehouse, and that's what I do. But I bring all the freelancers in and we make it work. But those people come back year in, year out. Our longest member has been with me 17 years. So we obviously breeding some kind of community within that culture. So things like that are really important. And it's also you guys, as you come into this industry, making sure that you carry on with that sort of ideology as well. You know, don't wind each other up. You will tease each other, you will mock each other a little bit, but that's playful banter. But don't be rude and arrogant, and don't be pushy, because it won't get you anywhere. You know, people will see through it and they'll start to think you're a bit of a dick, and then they won't get the call, and then all of a sudden you're like, well, I haven't got no work. So definitely, I mean, great question, but absolutely, we have to breed that culture of community, 100%.
Yeah, and you never know when you're going to meet somebody again in your career. I was asked by a well-known presenter to put a representation forward to the head of BBC Radio 2 about the breakfast show some years ago. And the woman involved said to me, that man walked into my office when I was a secretary here at the BBC and screamed abuse at me and demanded that I type out a script for him within 5 minutes. I'm now the controller of BBC Radio 2. He can do one. Because you never know when you're going to come across those people again in your career. Absolutely true. Have we got any more questions before we wrap? We're slightly over on time, so I'm anxious to end if we can. This has been recorded, by the way, so it's being live streamed, and we are also going to produce an article on the back of the conversation we've had this afternoon, which we're going to share widely with everybody who attended today. So although there's not a huge number of you here, a lot more people will get a chance to read about some of the great insights and bits of knowledge and opinion that we've heard from our panel. So in the traditional way, I'd like to thank you for your time and your attention this afternoon, but more than that, I'd like you to thank our panel. Panel, thank you very much indeed for this afternoon. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to New Century here in Manchester. It is Production Futures on tour. Tons of great exhibitors, loads of great people to talk to, so much experience in this room, and a chance for you to get more experience, whether it's more training or getting your next job in the industry. But it's time to talk to another one of our exhibitors right now. So from Factory International, we're here with Lily. Hello, Lily.
Hello.
So what is it that Factory International do?
So we kind of evolved out of Manchester International Festival, which opened in 2007, and it ran every 2 years, taking over the city with art, music, gigs, theater, everything like that. And we have a permanent home now in Factory International, which is our brand new venue opening in June with MIF 23, which is really exciting. We've got a warehouse space that's around 5,000 capacity and a more traditional theater space that's 2,000 capacity. But what's really cool about our venue is that it's flexible. So almost all the walls in our performance spaces can move, so we can adapt it to whatever the artists kind of envisioned for their art. And we are looking for crew. We're looking for a bunch of people to kind of come and join us in the venue, sound technicians, lighting techs, things like that. We really want young people to get involved in the tech world, and it's even not young people, it's never too late to kind of start and jump into the tech world. So yeah, we're after a freelance crew really today.
And how many, all sorts of levels of experience, from kind of relative rookies up until more experienced?
Yeah, definitely. We've got roles for everyone. So we've got our freelance crew. You don't need to have a lot of experience. Some of it is just taking our equipment out of boxes, to the more kind of advanced stuff, which will be setting up stages, rigging, running lighting desks, running sound desks, things like that. So.
Aside from kind of obviously the particular skills for each role, is there anything that you really look for when you guys are hiring people or looking to work with people?
We look for enthusiasm to kind of get into our building and make something really exciting. We are based we're an international company, but we're based in Manchester. Manchester's our home, and we're really excited to, bring almost a hub of culture and art to it. So we look for people that are just as excited as we are about that, really.
And apart from obviously jumping on the Production Futures job board, what should people do if they want to work with you guys?
If they want to work for us, they should visit our website, factoryinternational.org. We have a whole recruitment page on there. We've got internships going with Factory Academy, and all of our job roles are up there. So please get in touch with us and come and work with us. Come and share the excitement.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Lily. And as you heard, so many different diverse roles at Factory International alone, and that's what this room really is all about, this whole space that we have here today. So many different roles for so many different people of all levels of experience. Do check out the individual websites and make sure you jump on that jobs board as well. Hello and welcome back to New Century here in Manchester. It is, of course, Production Futures on tour. It's been absolutely packed today. Over 1,400 people have come through the door and it's been an amazing experience. There's been some great talks here, downstairs in the lecture theatre, some great breakout workshops, that kind of thing, and some fantastic exhibitors. It really is the place to be if you want to take your next step in the industry. So make sure you do head down to our next event. Right now, I'm here with Ben from PRG. Hello, Ben. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to see you.
So let's talk about PRG and what it is you guys do. You're a massive name in the industry. For people watching at home, maybe taking their first steps, what do you do?
PRG is the largest supplier of entertainment equipment to the entertainment industry globally. We hold a huge inventory of lights, video, rigging and audio throughout North America, throughout Europe and the rest of the world. The chances are, if you've seen a concert in the last 10 years, you've probably seen our stuff in action with our personnel and our staff there to support it, put it up, make it work, keep it working and take it down.
I mean, that's pretty amazing, and the scale of the operation and the stuff you work on is extraordinary. Why did you want to come down to Production Futures here today?
I think our industry needs fresh blood. It needs new people, and we've come to Production Futures to have a chat with the next generation of our technicians and staff. And, you know, it's great to see such an enthusiastic response to what we do, and it's great to have some fresh enthusiasm injected into our side of the industry.
And also, as with putting on a concert, putting on a show of any kind, you need all sorts of different people, different experience levels, different expertise. Is there anything kind of universal that you look for in people you work with?
I think it's the enthusiasm. You can tell straight away if people are going to fall in love with the business. And because to a certain extent, it's a vocation as well as a career. I think that's what you look for more than anything, is that enthusiasm for what we do. We know and we love what we do for a living, and we're looking for people that feel the same, I think.
Amazing. It is absolutely a vocation, and it's the most fun industry in the world, I've got to say that. What should people do if they want to work with you?
We have lots of avenues to explore at PRG. We do in terms of opportunities within the warehouse, opportunities for work experience. We have secondments. We have a hugely successful apprenticeship scheme. We have 12 people over 2 years in our apprenticeship scheme at the moment, and it's widely recognised as being one of the best in the industry. And I think that we're very proud of PRG of actively supporting people to get into our business and into the industry that we have such a passion for.
Amazing. Ben, thank you so much. Really great to meet you.
To be here. Thanks for having us.
Thank you so much, Ben. I'm just one of the great exhibitors that we have here today. Tons of opportunities, tons of great people to talk to, so much experience in this room across the whole building as well. And I know I keep talking about it, but it's because it is such a great resource. jobs.productionfutures.co.uk is the place to go to find any training, any internships, any higher level jobs across this industry. It's an amazing global resource, so do make sure you check it out. Hello, we're nearly at the end of another amazing Production Futures on Tour event. Louise Roby has just been giving a talk, a really, really well-received talk, I should say. Tons of questions about her 24 years in broadcasting, all the different opportunities that present themselves. So like I keep saying, it is well worth checking out the next one of these events. If you can't make it down to one in the future, we're running tons more because honestly, such a great place to network, find your next opportunity in the industry, just get a little bit of advice and meet some fantastic people. We've got loads and loads of great exhibitors with us today, and we do have time to chat to just one more. We're here with Beth now from Boom Satsuma. Hi Beth.
Hiya.
So what do Boom Satsuma do?
So Boom Satsuma are a Bristol-based education provider. We run a variety of level 3 extended diplomas and university degrees. Obviously here we're in Manchester today to promote the degrees because it would be a long commute for college for students. But yeah, essentially we just do industry-led creative degree courses based in Bristol, which is alongside Manchester and London, one of the key creative cities in the UK. The reason we've travelled all this way is because a lot of our level 3 students want to come to Manchester, so we thought maybe some of the Manchester students want to come to Bristol, learn a bit about their industry, their creative stuff. Obviously we've got BBC, we've got IT, we've got Botyard Studios, Pitch Studios, so a lot of production houses based in Bristol. So yeah, great place to learn.
Yeah, and it's absolutely true, and Louise Roby was mentioning this in her talk a few moments ago, that the London being the centre of the industry is frankly over. You've got Bristol, which obviously got BBC Natural History Department, tons more. You've got Manchester, which has got Media City, so ITV, ITN, BBC, Channel 4, all that kind of stuff. Leeds has got Sky and Channel 4 and everything else you care to name. So there really is so many opportunities all over the UK and beyond. Beth, as well, kind of what is it that sets your degrees apart? I mean, I remember when I was at university, I knew I wanted to work in TV, but I did history because this kind of stuff wasn't available. Your stuff is particularly kind of hands-on, industry-led, right?
Yes. So that I would say is like the main difference between studying Boom Satsuma or elsewhere is that we are 100% practical based, and it's working alongside industry with industry level equipment kits, so our students don't need to be retrained when they're done. They can go straight in. Their portfolio is already huge by the time they've graduated because of the work experience they've been doing alongside. I think a couple of months into their first year they were already on the set of DIY SOS, and yeah, just having that on their CV is sort of, you know, incomparable when looking for jobs in this industry. I think being able to show you can do it instead of writing I can do it is really important.
Absolutely, and I think it's kind of, if you don't know how to do that stuff, if you don't know how to shoot, how to edit and stuff, you're going to have to learn that when you leave university. So it's much better to do it beforehand, I think. What should people do if they want to find out more?
Come online, give us a message, come to an open day. We actually do one-to-one tours as well. Obviously, we can recommend lots of places to go in Bristol if it's a long commute for you. Yeah, I'd just say come down to some open days, get in touch. We can arrange, yeah, we can be adaptable really. Just come and see us.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Beth. Really nice talking to you. It's been great talking to all of our exhibitors. I nearly walked behind this pillar then. But it's been really nice talking to all of our exhibitors today, chatting to all the students, all the people looking for the next step in their career, talking to our speakers as well. These events keep getting bigger and better. It really is the place to be if you want to take your next step, either into this industry or further on in this industry. Cannot recommend it highly enough. And as always, make sure you check out the jobs portal. It's jobs.productionfutures.co.uk. And we will see you at the next one.